The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Altar of Freedom, starring Anne Revere. Your host, Roddy McDowell. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Here, transcribed, is Roddy McDowell.
Not so long ago, Family Theater received a letter which seems to call for a special answer. A listener wrote, "I like your program, the plays, the stars, the music, but I never know what to expect. Why, one week you present a delightful comedy, and next week you're very serious. I don't know what to look for next." Well, I'll tell you what to expect on the Family Theater. First, a program that is interesting, entertaining, usually, we hope, inspiring. Then, a weekly reminder that your family is the most important thing you have in the world. Something to cherish and protect. Something to thank God for each day by praying to Him as a family. Family Theater is dedicated to your family and to all the families of the world. Family Theater is successful if your family enjoys it each week and becomes personally convinced that the family that prays together stays together.
Roddy McDowell returns following this week's Family Theater presentation, Altar of Freedom, starring Anne Revere.
William Schooler, that's my name, the Adjutant General of Massachusetts. And with the war going on, one of my duties is reporting to the governor about the casualty lists that come to me every morning from the War Department. You know, if it was up to me, there'd never be any more wars. I hate the useless slaughter, the wanton destruction of property, the hardships and heartbreaks that are caused by war. It's not up to me. My job, as I said, is checking the casualty lists and talking with callers, like Mrs. Bixby.
General Schooler? The man outside said I should come in.
Oh, why don't you sit down? You're,
Mrs. Bixby. Lydia Bixby.
Address?
15 Dover Street here in Boston.
Husband's occupation?
I'm a widow.
I see. Any children?
5.
Oh, 5. Quite a family, Mrs. Bixby.
Yes, 5 boys. 5 wonderful boys. And that's what's so terrible. They want to go in the army. They're all... Well, 3 of them are, and you see, that only leaves 2, and before long... And they mustn't. They mustn't, do you understand?
Oh, please, Mrs. Bixby, don't get nervous. But you'll have to start at the beginning if you want me to help you.
I'm sorry, I am mixed up. I'll try to be a little clearer. As I said, I have 5 boys. Charles, Henry, Oliver, Edward, George.
Mother know about it, George? How could she? Henry didn't give it away. No, of course he didn't. It's a surprise.
All right, boys, if you want dinner, you'd better finish setting the table.
Oh, yeah, Mother. We're almost done.
I can't understand what's keeping Charles. He's always home before this, and dinner's ready now.
Oh, he'll be here any minute, I bet. Oh, yeah, sure he will.
If he's very late, I can warm things over for him. Well, Oliver?
Oh, yes, Mother. Bless us, O Lord, for these thy gifts which we are about to receive in thy body. Amen.
George, start the potatoes. Pass the bread around, Henry. Oh, there's Charles now. Hurry up, son. Dinner's on the table.
Be right there, Mother.
Wonder what Mother will say. Yeah, me too.
Sorry I'm late, Mother. Well, how do I look?
Look. Why, Charles. Charles, that uniform. You're in the army. You're going to war.
That's right. I enlisted this morning.
But, Charles, why? You didn't have to, not yet. Oh. You're only playing a joke. That's it. It's a joke. You didn't have to volunteer. The war isn't that serious.
It's no joke, Mother. I'm really in the army.
Gee, you look swell, Charlie. I wish I was old enough.
It's such a shock, Charles. I can't believe it. I can't think that you'd want to go into the army, to be a soldier. Charles, why did you do it?
Well, Henry and I talked it over, Mother, and we knew with this war starting and things being like they are, well, one of us would have to go sooner or later, so we tossed a coin and I won. Yeah, you were lucky.
Oh, it doesn't seem right, Charles. You're not old enough to go to war. to fight.
Well, I'm nearly 23, Mother.
Of course, I know mothers never look on their children grown up. Certainly never grown up enough to kill people in a battle.
But they need more men. That's what everyone says, Mother. The war won't last very long. You wait and see. I'll be back real soon.
How long before you have to leave, Charles?
Well, in, let's see, exactly 2 hours. I'm to report tonight at 8:30.
What? So soon? Oh, my goodness, why, you'll have to pack. Only 2 hours. Oh, there's so much to say and no time. Oh, sit down, Charles. You haven't had anything to eat. It might be a long time before you get another home-cooked meal. Only 2 hours more.
Where are they going to send you, Charlie?
Well, I don't know, Ollie. Doesn't matter much, I guess. The point is, I'm representing the Bixby family in this war, and, well, you fellas have to pitch in and help Mother. That's your job now. Mine's fighting.
Don't worry about us, son. We'll get along all right. I guess you know you're the first Bixby ever to wear a uniform. I hope you're the last one. First it's Charles, and now you, Henry.
I know,
It's only been 3 months since Charles left. I was just beginning to recover from that shock.
But, Mother,
Of course, Henry, I know I'm only your mother, but you might have talked to me about it first before you enlisted.
Well, I knew what you'd say. You'd have tried to have talked me out of it, and I'd made up my mind. I'm old enough, and, well, I know how desperately the Army needs manpower.
Oh, but why not let someone else volunteer? One Bixby in the Army. That's all that's expected of us, Henry.
Please, Mother, it was something I felt I had to do. I felt I owed it to my country. Anyhow, with both Charlie and me in it, it can't last very much longer.
Well, I wish you'd talked it over with me first, son, but, well, it's too late for that now, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Mother, I got that job I was telling you. Oh, Mother, what's wrong? You've been crying, is it?
It's the conscription. It's Edward.
Oh.
He has to go to war, too. I just found out.
Ed does?
I've already sent 2 of my boys. Isn't that enough to expect from one mother? Isn't it? Isn't it? Why do they have to make Edward go, too? He doesn't want to. They don't need him. He's only a baby.
I don't know, Mother, the way the war's going. Well, as soon as I'm old enough, I'll be
Oh,
joining.
no. No, not you too, Oliver. Please, promise me you won't. You can't. Oh, why would you do that to me?
Don't you see, Mother? I wouldn't be doing anything to you. I'd be doing something for you. I'll be fighting for you.
And that's why I've come to you, General Schooler. You've got to help me.
What is it you want me to do?
You've got to keep Oliver out of the Army. And George, too. Just as soon as he can, George will want to follow his brothers. It's inevitable.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. That's how boys are.
But you've got to stop it, do you hear? You've got to stop it.
Mrs. Bixby, I'm afraid it's unavoidable unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless the war ends before your last 2 are old enough to enlist.
Oh, do you think it will? Tell me honestly. Do you think it will end soon?
I hope it doesn't end just yet, Mrs. Bixby. Right now, we're not doing well at all. If it ended suddenly, we would be the losers. And we can't lose, Mrs. Bixby. We're fighting for a just cause, for the safety and preservation of our nation. We've got to win this war.
I want my boys back. All of them. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me.
You can't mean that, Mrs. Bixby. For the sake of your boys' future, for the sake of our country. You can't afford to lose. You've got to believe that.
But if I don't...
Then you're not the mother I'm sure they think you are.
Your name Bixby, buddy?
That's right.
Come on over here. You might know this fellow I'm working on. His name's Bixby, too.
What? Where is he? Let me see him.
Hey, now, take it easy. He ain't hurt bad.
George. Oh, it's George. George, it's me, Ollie.
You know him, huh?
Yes, he's my brother. Are you all right, George?
Ollie. Oh, gee, I'm glad to see you.
What's wrong? Are you hurt much?
I got a bullet in my leg.
lost some blood, I guess. I'm all right. Have you seen any of the others? Henry or Charlie or Ed? No. Henry and Charlie are... They were...
Yeah?
They're gone, George.
Killed. They are.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, Ollie. No. No.
Got a letter from Mother. You want to read it? It just came yesterday.
Henry and Charlie. Both gone. Gee.
Well, that's war, George. It got expected, I guess. But it's awful tough on Mother.
No news about Ed.
No. I haven't heard a thing.
I can't get over Henry. Charlie. I guess I never thought of war being like this. Oh, look, Ollie. Can you stay with me for a while? I'd sort of like to talk.
Oh, no, George. I wish I could, but my outfit's moving on after we eat, and I
just hope. Well, I'll see you later, huh?
Yeah. Later. Somewhere.
I don't like this war business, Ollie.
I don't either. And neither does Mother.
Hawkins, take this to the governor, please.
Yes, sir.
And while you're there...
General Schooler.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bixby. I didn't expect to see you today. Come into my office. Won't you sit down?
No, I'll stand. General Schooler, how can you sleep at night, knowing in the morning you'll face another long list of boys killed, serving the country they've been taught to love and respect? I should think you'd walk the floor from dusk to dawn.
Mrs. Bixby, I'm
You
sure
know
that
what happened to my family, don't you?
Yes.
Charles and Henry. Well, they volunteered. It was their own choice. They were old enough to realize the dangers they faced. But Edward was taken against his will. He didn't want to go to war. And now even he's dead.
Conscription plays no favorites, Mrs.
There's
Bixby.
no one left at home, General Schooler. Oliver and George are both away now, fighting. They're all I have left in this world. And I demand that you send my 2 boys home. No one can be asked to do more for his country than I've done.
I agree with you, Mrs. Bixby. Still, there isn't a thing I can do but hope and pray your boys will be spared. I have a son of my own in this war now, too.
Your son. 1 son. I've sent 5 sons to war. My entire family. And now there are only 2 of them left.
Mrs. Bixby, I don't sleep very much at night, and I do walk the floor just as you said. I'm afraid to read the casualty list in the morning, afraid of what I might find there. Yes, I'm a soldier, but I am against war, against what it does to families like yours and mine. This is the place, Hawkins. Bring the box and come along with me.
Yes, sir.
That box is too heavy. You can put it on the...
It's all right, sir.
Good morning, Mrs. Bixby.
General Schooler.
Not General, Mrs. Bixby. This morning I'm just plain William Schooler, private citizen. Well, I'll get right to the point. I know all about the hardships you're facing. I know you're having trouble making ends meet.
Yes, you know this?
I do, and I've taken the liberty of talking about it with some members of my church, and we've collected a box of staples for you, flour, sugars, and meat, and vegetables, and we also have a small present of some money that...
General Schooler, I've never been insulted like this before in my life. Did my visits to you imply that I was asking for charity?
Now, wait, Mrs.
Do you think
Bixby.
I can't see through this miserable scheme of yours? Trying to trade a few pounds of flour and sugar for the lives of my 3 sons?
Mrs. Bixby, stop it. Now, don't be a fool.
I'm only a widow. There's nothing I can do about it.
Mrs. Bixby, you're so upset, so emotion-disturbed, you don't realize what you owe the 2 boys who are still away to war fighting for you. I know how little food you have been able to buy. I know that you're nearly starving because you don't get enough to eat. If you go on this way, there'll be no mother left to welcome those 2 boys home. Have you thought of that?
No. No, I never looked at it like that.
Isn't it difficult enough for them as it is without having the additional worry of their mother's health on their minds? This food isn't meant to be charity, Mrs. Bixby. It's medicine. You need to take it.
Yes. I do need it, General Schooler. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the things I said.
Oh, Mrs. Bixby, there are times when I'm quite deaf. You know, I haven't heard a single word you've said since I came here. Goodbye, and let's hope for the best.
Hey, watch out, that's my bum leg.
Sure, I know it. Want to see how it's doing?
Oh. Hey, say, you're the fella, aren't you, who fixed it up yesterday?
Yep. Hey, it's doing all right, too. You'll be up and around another 2 or 3 weeks.
You remember my brother? The fellow who was talking to me while you were working on me yesterday.
Brother? Oh, yeah, sure.
He said his outfit was moving on after they ate. Gee, I wish he was still here. I'd like to talk some more.
Yeah, sure. I guess that bunch did plan on moving up last night. Plans were changed at the last minute, though. They sent out a scouting party to look things over. Your brother was one of the volunteers.
Yeah? And he got captured.
Nope. Killed.
I came to your house as soon as I read the casualty list this morning, Mrs. Bixby. What can I say?
Thank you, General Schooler. There's nothing either of us can say, I guess. Poor George. Now, all of them. 5 wonderful boys, General Schooler. Gone. My entire family wiped out.
I had a double purpose in coming here this morning, Mrs. Bixby. I had to talk to someone who'd understand. I know you will. You see, that same casualty list, it included the name of my boy, too.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you. And your poor wife must feel...
No, Mrs. Bixby, there's no one to feel anything but me. There were just the 2 of us, my son and I.
Oh. Then you lost your entire family, too. Just as I did.
Thank you, Mrs. Bixby. Thank you for putting it that way.
The governor will see you, General Schooler. Go right in.
Thank you, Wilson.
Oh, come in, Schooler. Terrible about your son, terrible. My sympathy goes out.
Thank you, sir, but that's not what I wanted to see you about.
Oh?
You've heard me speak of a Mrs. Bixby, had 5 boys in the service.
Last I heard, she'd lost 2 or 3 of them, hadn't she? How's the poor woman bearing up?
She's lost all 5, Governor. Word just came through this morning.
No. Why, that's a national tragedy, Schooler. 5 boys from one family. What can we do about it?
I thought maybe you might ask that same question of the War Department. We can't overlook this woman's great sacrifice, Governor.
Oh, certainly not. I'll get to the department right away, Schooler. Make sure of the facts first, and then see if there are any suggestions.
Come in. Oh, come in. Come in, Mrs. Bixby.
I got here as soon as I could, General.
I'd have come to your house, but
You're busy, I know. You look weary.
Oh, not a bit of it. I'm fine. The war's finally going our way. I guess our sons will be remembered as winners, after all.
I couldn't feel any prouder of them, regardless of the outcome, General Schooler.
I know.
It's just, well, you know and I know how they fought and died for their country. But does their country know or care?
Mrs. Bixby, the reason I asked you to come here, I received a letter sent through the War Department. It's addressed to you, and, well, I think it answers that question.
A letter from the War Department?
Open it. Read it, Mrs. Bixby. I'm going out for a while, so make yourself at home here in my office. No one will bother you.
I wonder... Oh. Mrs. Bixby, Boston, Massachusetts. Dear Madam, I have been shown in the files of the War Department a statement of the Adjutant General of Massachusetts that you are the mother of 5 sons who have died gloriously on the field of battle. I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering to you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. Yours very sincerely and respectfully, Abraham Lincoln. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln, for knowing and for caring.
This is Roddy McDowell again. From the story Altar of Freedom, there comes more than the mention of Abraham Lincoln, because his name stands for the things we love most in our American life. He believed in God and in mankind, in the lessons of the past and in the hopes of the future, in the need of sacrifice and in the value of prayer. And from his courage in difficulties, there comes new hope for our own generation, a hope that the foundation of our way of life, the American home, will stay together in peace and unity. For a house divided against itself cannot stand. Where there is disunity, there is no peace. And without God, without the help of prayer, real unity cannot exist in our nation or in our homes. That is why family prayer should be a daily practice in all homes, because the family that prays together stays together. Thank you for being with us, and God bless you.
Our grateful thanks to Anne Revere and Roddy McDowell for their appearances, and to Jack Price for writing our play. Original music was scored and conducted by Max Terr. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Brief portions were transcribed. The supporting cast included Paul McVeigh, Jack Lewis, Glenn Denning, Peter Rankin, Roland Morris, Clark Gordon, and Ralph Moody. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Dennis O'Keefe and Donna Reed in God and the Red Scooter, Family Theater's 3rd anniversary broadcast. Your host will be Spencer Tracy. This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, and by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need. Be with us next week at the same time when Spencer Tracy, Donna Reed, and Dennis O'Keefe will star on Family Theater. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors in Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all our flaws and all our problems, still it is the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, and the author of a series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miel in the Meuse-Argonne offensives. There is Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers. He is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. And Paul Green, whose play you heard last week, is a Pulitzer Prize winner and author of the current Broadway success, Native Son. He was a captain of engineers in the AEF. Then there are equally important Americans, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Orson Welles, whose stirring play on the freedom of assembly you heard 2 weeks ago, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcast, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a free company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, has this enterprise been effective? Has it had any results? We can only say this. From the American listening public, we have received thousands of letters of appreciation from organizations of every kind, from Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, men and women of every occupation, from soldiers and athletes, from the crippled and from the blind. It has been a stirring and reassuring experience to speak to the spirit of America and to feel that spirit respond. Now today, we bring you a story of these United States by Archibald MacLeish, Librarian of Congress, poet, Pulitzer Prize winner, member of the Free Company, and captain in his field artillery in the service of this, his country during the World War.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. We hear now The States Talking, a new broadcast in verse by Archibald MacLeish. Irving Reese will direct, and Lee Stevens will conduct his own original musical score, based entirely on an old American folk tunes compiled from original manuscripts in the Library of Congress. This broadcast MacLeish has written for the Free Company is a broadcast about the states, about the things that are said of them these days, and the things they might be saying, and the way they might be saying it. It began to put itself together in his mind a couple of years ago, when people abroad, people the other side of the water, people way off the other side of the Rhine, began talking about the States. Began saying that the States were cross-bred, mixed-blooded. Began saying that the States would never amount to anything because of their mixed blood. Began saying it was the purebred nations of the old world who would do what had to be done. Who would arrange things. Who would run the world and the rest of it.
Jeder lacht von der, den drüber lacht. Ich glaube nicht, aber nieder mit die Juden!
Listening to talk like that, you get to wondering what the States would say to each other if they heard these words. If the words blew over them on a spring gale. If the words were blown across the continent at dawn of a thawing day in spring, when the wind was off the Atlantic and the coast of Maine. And off the Atlantic over Massachusetts, and over York State, and Ohio, and Indiana, and even over Illinois. Driving the lake water in on the sand shore and on over the Mississippi till Iowa felt it. And the last year's corn rustled in the thawing field. You get to thinking of these mornings when the seacoast is pelted with rain and the clouds drive inland over the White Mountains and the Berkshires, the Alleghenies, Blue Ridge, the Great Smokies, and break among the mountains and tatter out, letting the light through across the Mississippi Valley, low and level so that it takes the corn shooks and the silos sidewise till they stand up tall and shining on the prairie land. And the light running on ahead beyond the sun to the Big Horns, the Rockies, and dissolving in the dark beyond. You get to thinking of those mornings, and you wonder how the States would speak to each other if they heard such talk. If they heard such talk at the beginning of an east wind day when the roads are empty and the overnight trains running in through the small towns toward the cities where they're going switch their headlights out, and the freights turn off in the country sidings, and the kitchen windows are yellow in the farmhouses, and the milking barns light up. The crows are over the fields, but few men, and the States lie there. You get to wondering what the States would say, what they would think of it.
Gemeinschaft ganz zurück. Im allgemein versehen unter der Arbeitsgemeinschaft eine Brücke verbänden, die so ein Wert erlauben wird. Ihre Arbeit in ein gewiss gewesen Unterricht trägt eine Gemeinschaft.
There's talk, says Illinois. Is there, says Iowa. There's talk in the east wind, says Illinois.
Talk about what, says Dakota. Says Kansas.
Says Arkansas.
Can't make out. Far east, says Michigan. East of the roosters, says Indiana.
East of the morning crows, says Ohio.
East, says York State.
East still, says Connecticut. On east.
It's down east from here, says Massachusetts.
It's east of the Quaddy, says Maine, but I hear it.
Hear what, says Texas.
What can you hear, says Virginia.
Can't be sure, says Maine. Surf on the reefs. Ice pounding away in the pans in Penobscot.
Listen, says Oregon.
Scoop your ears, said Kentucky.
Can't tell, says Maine. Too much fog. Bells in the old orchard. Horns at Ogunquit.
Listen, says Mississippi.
Try to, says Texas.
Lean your lug to the leeward, says Massachusetts.
It's tall talk, says Maine. It's tall talking. Tall as a cap in a fog.
Call it, says Arkansas.
Mean talk, says Maine. It's mouthy mean.
Mean about what, says Nebraska.
Mean about us.
What about us, says Kentucky.
Says Texas.
Says Idaho.
Ebenso zu Krogen, wilde und sprungen Schöpfer in rasselnde Flut von den Abstand. Immer waren die Rechtsbücher keine Frieden drauf. Alle Kultur von Menschen erfahren und nicht umgeben, das als eine bestimmte Kultur von Gewehr. Die von den Kräften auf und eingerieten drauf und dessen nieder unterer, wird nicht eingehört!
I gather they don't like us, says Maine.
Do tell, says Connecticut.
I bum, says New Hampshire.
Well, hide my eyes, says man.
I'll be done. You don't say. Is that so, says York State.
I gather they don't care much for us, says Maine.
Don't they, says Washington.
Who?
Us, says Wyoming.
What's wrong, says Utah. Something we did.
Something we didn't, says Delaware.
Both, says Maine. It's how we married, says Maine. They don't care for it.
Allow me. Take my pew, says Michigan.
It's the women we married, says Maine. They don't like it. We married around. We married the English, the Irish, the Poles, the Croats, Turks, Scots, Norwegians, Spanish girls, Italian girls, Swedes, the Sioux, Comanche, the Utes, the Dutch, the French.
The Irish girls with the shoes with the quick come after. The Spanish women with the evening eyes.
The English with the tiptoe faces.
The golden Swedes.
The sulky Dutch.
The Danes. The Mexicans, lean and light in the sun, with a jingling and jangling.
The Chilenas for luck.
The Jews for remembrance.
The Scots girls, tall as a tall man, silver as a salmon.
The French with the skillful fingers.
That's it. And the French. They don't care for it. We're a mixed lot. They don't like us.
Don't they?
We're bad blood, that's what they say. They've no use for us.
Who says that, says Texas? Who's this says so?
She was there on the street with the sun on her hair and her hat off. She was no kin to any I know.
What's in their soup, says Arkansas? What they been eating?
She was dancing alone on the stones in the park in the arc light. She had 4 words. I had the rest of them.
What's in their hair, says Maryland?
Aren't they men? Can't they make it with strangers, says Alabama?
She was out on the wharf by the sea. You could tell she was foreign. The corner of silk at her neck, and the recklessness.
She was holding her eyes from the old and her tongue for the new. Or she was strange as a cat, but she came to me. She was tall.
She was small as a big child.
She was dark.
She was all gold. Her hair gold. Her skin was.
She had blue eyes.
She had black eyes.
She was proud.
Hier ein Blitzblatt von und Waffen. Aber ist ein Wörtlich. Nein, auch Schauspiel von dem Menschen. Nein, die breite Macht.
Listen. What's in their minds, says Maryland? Aren't they men?
Are they shy, says Missouri?
Or what, says Montana?
I gather they're bred pure, says Maine. They're superior people.
So's snakes, says Texas. So's potatoes. Potatoes are bred pure.
They don't argue. They tell you they aren't arguing.
Who's this tells you?
Have they seen our kids, says York State? The tall girls, the long legs with the delicate, slender bones, and the wrists supple and small as a man's 3 fingers, and the way they walk in the world with their narrow heels? You could tell them anywhere. Tell them in any country. The height of their heads and the tilt of their heels when they walk. A head higher than most. A hand smaller.
They don't say, says Maine. They don't mention.
Have they raced our boys, says Michigan, fast as black snakes? Quick on the gunner's quail, the sweet striders. The watchful lads in the lead, dangerous followers. Strong hearts in the stretch home. Have they beaten them?
They don't say, says Maine. They aren't saying.
Aren't they, says Rhode Island.
Aren't, says Maine.
Who don't, says Missouri. Who don't say so?
Have they seen our towns, says Kansas? Seen our wheat? Seen our flat cars in the Rocky Mountains? Seen our grass-fed cattle flown our plains? Silver over the Alleghenies, the lakes, the big timber, the tall corn, the horses. Silver over the snow line, over the surf.
Have they seen our farms, says Texas, and who plowed them?
Have they seen our rocks, says Utah, and who broke them?
Have they seen our men, says Kansas?
Can't say. Don't tell.
Who don't, says Nevada.
Who don't tell, says Oregon.
Where's they from? Where from? Who, says Georgia.
Der Geringfälle Würde seine Brüders, allerbesten ist ein Brüder. Weder heute jeder wie das Perisch auf der Welt. Leben wir jetzt verdammt damit, im Ausgang Brüder. Ja,
Can't make out. Way east of the sea it must be. The wind veers, says Maine. I don't make out. The wind veers and the bell tolls.
East, says Connecticut. East of the water, so that's
Away east, says Iowa. East of the sea.
Eastward of that, says Maine. Farther eastward. The wind veers and the sea falls, but it's far.
East of the sea and on east of the water. The some of us come from there, says Minnesota.
Back of the sea and on back, says Missouri. Away back of the Rhine. I remember.
Remember it well, says Wisconsin.
Says Minnesota.
So that's it. So that's who, says Michigan.
The boys who stayed behind, says Minnesota.
The boys we left behind us when we left.
The superior people, says Michigan. I remember them.
Standing behind in the door, says Missouri, and watching us.
Staying behind with their coats and their collars, says Idaho. Staying behind with their mothers and cousins, says Michigan.
Staying behind with their girls, says Missouri. The tame ones. The tame girls with the fat braids, remember?
The superior people, the pure breed, says Michigan.
The breed we left behind us, says Kentucky. The breed we left behind us when we left.
The breed afraid of travel, says Nevada.
The breed afraid of changes, says Wisconsin.
The breed afraid of strangers, says Vermont. Strange stars and strange women, the two of them.
The breed that never hankered for a strange one. A dark one, says Dakota, with strange hair.
While they stayed home and stuck to their kin, says New Mexico.
Stay home and marry their kind, says Missouri.
Married their cousins who look like their mothers, says Michigan.
Purebred breed, says Texas.
How could they help it? Who would they marry, says Florida? Who could they find?
Girls we left behind us, says Missouri.
The girls we left behind. They married the girls we left behind them, says Wisconsin.
So that's it. So that's who, says Connecticut.
That's all. East of the sea, says Ohio.
So that's all, says Missouri. All for that. All for the purebred girls we left behind.
Surf on the reef, says Maine. Ice on Penobscot.
Die Regenwälder und die Wanderer, die man im Albe sterben, ist müde ab heute jeder weißekehrige Mensch.
There's talk, says Iowa.
Talk, says Illinois.
Bells in the old orchard. Bells at Ogunquit.
Clash of corn in the wind, says Illinois.
So ends the great, strong, laughing voice of America. The voice of our American men, slow, humorous men, and easygoing, but confident, and sometimes even dangerous for those who will not understand. At times, maybe we forget what our men's voices sound like. Then comes a poet like Archibald MacLeish, who hears those voices and makes us hear them too.
A complete copy of Columbia's broadcast The States Talking by Archibald MacLeish, has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company, in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Next week, our play is by Maxwell Anderson, American schoolteacher and journalist, Pulitzer Prize winner, author of What Price Glory, Winterset, and Valley Forge. It is called The Miracle of the Danube. The star, Paul Muni. As previously announced, on Sunday, May 4th, we complete this first cycle of Free Company dramas with a play based on the original sketch written by the late Sherwood Anderson. Charles Vanda produced, Irving Reese directed. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of today's broadcast, a statement was read by Burgess Meredith. A statement that told fully the purpose, the problems, and the principle of the Free Company. For those of you who may have tuned in too late to hear this message in its entirety, we bring you again Mr. Meredith speaking for the Free Company.
Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, and the author of a series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at the Samuel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. And there's Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Paul Green, whose play you heard last week, is a Pulitzer Prize winner and author of the current Broadway success, Native Son. He was a captain of engineers in the AEF. And then there are equally important Americans, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohen, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Orson Welles, whose stirring play on freedom of assembly you heard 2 weeks ago, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcast, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a Free Company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And has this enterprise been effective? Has it had any results? We can only say this. From the American listening public, we have received thousands of letters of appreciation from organizations of every kind, from Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, men and women of every occupation, from soldiers and athletes, from the crippled, from the blind. It has been a stirring and reassuring experience to speak to the spirit of America and to feel that spirit respond.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail of plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. Last Sunday, I read a statement about the principles upon which the Free Company was founded. Something about its membership and something about what it has accomplished. I want to repeat that statement today for the benefit of those in the radio audience who missed it last week. Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, and author of the series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1 a year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miguel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers, is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Then there are other eminent Americans, Paul Green, Archibald MacLeish, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Soroyan, Orson Welles, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcasts, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a Free Company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, Maxwell Anderson writes on freedom to worship God. Here, we take that freedom as a matter of course, but it can be lost, and the playwright shows us a nation where men not only may not worship God each in his own way, but where they may not worship any God at all except the state. We present Paul Muni in The Miracle of the Danube by Maxwell Anderson. Under the medieval towers of an ancient fortress on the banks of the Danube, a military trial is being held. German officers sit square and erect on tall hand-carved chairs about a long table. The officer in charge is General Merck, a veteran of the First World War. A major and several other subordinates sit with him to share the examination. The accused prisoner is Captain Cassell, now somewhat worn and worried by
our leader of the Third Reich. I declare this court-martial in session.
Captain Cassell, I have known you and your work for several years. You have been recommended to the higher command for acts of distinguished service and for devotion to our common cause. Nevertheless, as these officers know, there is no possibility of leniency toward those who have knowingly or even unwittingly abetted the enemies of our nation or our cause. We shall hear the charges against you in order. Lieutenant, read the accusations.
In September 1938, 3 women prisoners assigned to the charge of Captain Cassell escaped during a transfer. This was held accidental and was passed over at the time, but is now recalled because of later occurrences.
I allow you to speak in regard to that charge, Captain.
Thank you, General Merck.
It is true. They escaped.
You have nothing to say about the circumstances?
I would have given my life to avoid any betrayal.
We shall go into that later. Read the next charge.
On February 10th, 1939, Captain Cassell was in command of the firing squads at the Moravian prison. 7 graves were dug at his order to accommodate the prisoners executed on that day. Only 6 of these graves were filled and no trace of the 7th body was found. This also was passed over as an error in the record.
Do you wish to comment on this, Captain?
Yes, General Merck. It was an error.
Proceed.
During the greater part of the years 1939 and 1940, Captain Cassell was employed, among others, in the work of transferring populations in Central Europe. This work necessitated occasional executions and the stranding of refugee groups within restricted territorial limits. Captain Cassell appeared to be an exemplary officer, eager to carry out the policies of the state. They knew him as the Reaper. His headquarters were known as Castle Blood. He was depended on more and more by his superiors.
You will note, Captain, that we give you all possible credit.
I tried to be a good soldier, General Merck.
Continue.
But there began to appear certain cracks and lesions in Captain Cassell's efficiency. 4 religious leaders, determined enemies of the state, slipped through his hands into Sweden with a number of followers and were not recaptured. There was a riot at a concentration camp on the eastern border, and the captain failed at a critical moment to give a necessary order to fire on the crowd. Later, he was entrusted with the liquidation of a large body of undesirables who had been collected at a southeastern boundary. These men and women escaped in such fashion that Captain Cassell must be held responsible. It has been found necessary, therefore, to subject Captain Cassell to military trial.
Captain Cassell, you are aware, no doubt, that these are capital charges. I ask you directly, were you remiss? Were any of these lapses intentional?
No, sir.
Then how do you explain them?
I cannot.
Come, sir, you're your own enemy. We're all friendly here. We do not intend to lose so valuable a servant from the ranks. Begin at the first rank. The 3 women who escaped into Sweden. How did that happen?
There were 4 of them. 3 women and a man.
In the records, there are only the 3.
Yes. The man joined them.
Joined them? Where?
In the camp. One of them was ill. He was taking care of her. He seemed to be a kind of doctor.
But the escape?
It was his doing. His only.
But how?
He spoke to me about the women. He spoke to me very strangely. For some reason, I could not take my eyes from his face. He had a way of speaking at once passionately and slowly, so that you waited for his words.
Come, what does this mean? Did he talk you into letting them go?
No, I refused him. I laughed at him. I despised him.
But the evidence shows that a catch had been overlooked on one of the doors and that the 3 disappeared into the night.
Yes, that's true, but not because I was affected by what he said. Not because I connived at escape. I laughed at him, as I said, and turned him into the street. Locked up the women for the night. I looked personally at the lock on every door. Perhaps in my anger at this vagrant, I was not so careful as I should have been. He stood there talking and made me angry. But if there was an oversight, it was, I assure you, unintentional.
For the moment, I shall accept that explanation. Let us look next at the 7 graves which were dug for those sentenced to be shot on December 9th at the Krug Fortress. 6 men had been sentenced. 6 Polish Jews convicted of sabotage while working on the great military road. Your records, however, showed that 7 men were ordered before the firing squads. 7 graves were dug, and that the orders for this 7th execution were cancelled at the last moment. On the face of it, this looks like connivance of escape.
It was the custom in the Krug Fortress to place those condemned to death in a common cell. I shut those 6 prisoners into the death cell after the trial. I saw to this personally. Then, as I turned away, I saw this 7th man with them.
A 7th?
Yes, Major.
Who was it?
It was the same man who had argued with me about the women on the night of their escape.
How did he come there?
I didn't know he came there, but he was there. And I said to myself, this time, nothing shall go wrong. He's got himself somehow into the death cell with the condemned. Very well. Let him die with the others. I know I had no right to order an execution without the sanction of the court, but that man was my evil demon. He'd got me into trouble once, and he was trying again.
Calmly, Captain.
Very well. I ordered him shot. The prisoners were marched from their cells, and he came with the others. He stood up with the others before the squads. He went up and down among them, telling them to have courage. But when the firing was over, when they were shot down, He was not among them. His body wasn't there.
Where was it?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. But was this to be held against me? Would I have ordered him shot if I wanted him to escape?
Calmly.
I can't speak of him calmly. I'm sorry.
You made an effort to locate this man?
We made every effort, Major. The guards were questioned. The locks were examined. The civil and military authorities went over the ground inch by inch. They found nothing suspicious.
Let us proceed to the next charge. In the summer of 1940, you were conducting a consignment of prisoners from the eastern border to a Baltic port. Among them were 4 Lutheran ministers who had banded together to resist the interpretation of Christianity which is orthodox in the Third Reich. These 4, with some 20 of their followers, escaped from the freight car in which they were being transported. This car was under your guard.
The car caught fire, General Nuck. It was necessary to open the doors.
In what fashion did the car catch fire?
I cannot say how the fire originated, sir.
This man who escaped at the time of the executions, did he have any part in the escape from the boxcar?
Yes. Yes. He was there.
What part did he take in the affair?
It's difficult.
Tell us the story of that escape.
All of it?
Yes, from the beginning.
I will try. It will not be believed. However, I will try. We were in the car. I saw his face among the other prisoners in the car. And it was You! Stand up!
Yes, sir.
Come forward! How do you come to be among these prisoners?
I came in with them.
Do you know what prison they're bound for?
Yes.
Do you know the reputation of that prison?
I do.
Then that's what will happen to you, my friend. You've pushed in once too often where you're not wanted. First torture, then death.
I'm accustomed to torture.
And to death, too, I suppose.
Yes, even to death.
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
No.
The picture in the silver frame. The reproduction of the Giotto that hung in your mother's room. The face in that picture. Surely it comes back to you now.
What are you trying to tell me?
The plainest, simplest truth. My face is the face in a picture by Giotto.
Don't talk rot like that. Don't try to gull me with some fantastic story.
But this is not fantasy. My face is that face. My hands are those hands. My garments are the same.
What do you mean? How could you be a man out of a picture? I see you before my eyes, and you're real.
The others here have not seen me. See? They stare at you. Because you talk with the empty air.
You lie! You lie? You're trying to confuse me. To mislead me. Why are you here?
You bring me here. You create me out of your mind. Out of your horror and regret for the blood you have spilled. For the man you were. You bring me here because you hate yourself and what you do.
We shall see whether you're real. We shall see. I sealed the car doors together. I kept my automatic ready against an escape. Then there arose a cry among the prisoners. A housing had caught fire. Soon it was necessary to open the doors for air. Our car was the last on the train, and I therefore climbed to the roof and thence down the coupling, which I loosed. When the car was free, I set the brakes and we came to a stop in the dark near a village. At the point of my automatic, I held the prisoners within the car while I ran to look at the housing. Then I saw that I had somehow been fooled. There was no fire. I turned to the car door in a rage, and the prisoners began pouring out. That painted face in the lead. I emptied my gun at him, point blank, and he did not fall. I swear to you, gentlemen. I swear to you, gentlemen. Within 3 paces, I fired 10 times at his heart without effect. For he stood there and spoke to me still. The other prisoners made off in the dark, and then he, too, was gone. And I found myself beside the empty car in the night.
And you expect us to believe that?
No, gentlemen, I do not expect you to believe it. I wake in the night and say to myself that it cannot be true. That I'm a respectable officer, that I'm sane. That I live in a sane world where these things cannot happen. There are no ghosts, no shadows, no things like men that will not fall when you shoot them through. I know that. And yet, this happened. As I've told it.
Did you ever see this man again, this figure out of the Giotto painting?
Not for several months.
In justice to the captain, perhaps I should tell you of his conduct after this episode of the boxcar. He came to the general staff with a request that he be put under some rigorous mental and physical discipline. He was sent to an academy in the Black Forest and there underwent a course in their Spartan regime. Here there is iron control, long hours of labor and instruction, no comforts, cold water, a Lacedaemonian diet. After 6 weeks, Captain Cassell emerged from this training a new man. He was placed in charge of the liquidation of a certain province. He became known at this time as the Grim Reaper. The faltering which had marked his previous actions had disappeared. He showed no aversion to violence or the shedding of blood. For nearly a year, he led the way among the military protectors of that region. There was talk of making him Governor-General of the whole Polish area.
What was the nature of your work at this time, Captain Cassell?
I was in charge of the extermination of the intelligent. All leaders of thinkers, all writers or artists, all who stood out in any way were arrested and in some fashion eliminated.
Did you feel any reluctance in carrying out this work?
None! It is not the business of a German officer to feel reluctance. It is his business to obey. Moreover, I'm convinced and was convinced then that it is essential to the welfare of our master nation that we make slaves of our inferiors. An acceptance of slavery is only possible among those who cannot think for themselves and who have no leaders. It was my duty for the good of our country to eliminate the leadership among the subject people.
You never softened your blows, never drew back your hand, never allowed yourself to be overcome by pity?
Never! If only because I had made errors in the past, I determined never to slip again. I'd learned my lesson. Time was gone when a face out of a cheap reproduction would come between me and those who were condemned.
Do you mean that this face still haunted you?
At times, faintly. But I refused to see it. I drew a curtain of blood between that face and me. And then it ceased to appear. And I was free to do my work.
Then this last occurrence, this last charge against you, the freeing of the boatload of prisoners on the Romanian frontier, how do you account for that?
I don't know.
You understand that we must make these inquiries, Captain. Tell us what happened on the river steamer on the Danube.
I've conducted 200 prisoners on board the steamer of Constanta. There were 20 guards. My instructions were to land the prisoners on a small island near the Romanian frontier, execute the able-bodied among them, and abandon the others without supplies. We arrived at a point near that island at night, on the 6th of last November. Since we were unable to locate the channel in the dark, it was necessary to wait till dawn before landing the prisoners. They slept on deck, men, women, and children. Half of the guards went below deck to sleep, and the others remained on duty. I was awake and on deck. I stood looking at the black water of the river. Then the moon rose, and I could see an outline of the river banks a mile or so away. As I looked toward that shore, a man came walking out from it.
Captain Cassell, there was a mile of water, you say, between you and the shore.
Yes.
Then I don't follow you.
This man came walking across the water.
Is it profitable to listen further, General Merck?
We must hear him out. Go on, Captain.
He came walking across the water. Very slowly. It must have been half an hour before he came near enough so that we could see his face.
When you saw it, what face was it?
The face of the Giotto Christ.
Your phantom, my dear Captain, your phantom.
No. This time he was not a phantom.
How do you know?
Because the prisoners saw him. They woke each other and watched him as he came.
Such proof is hardly acceptable.
Also, I had set the guards at the rail to keep him off the boat, but now the guards were phantoms, and he stepped through them as if they weren't there. He was real, and they were specters, with the moon shining through them.
I think you confuse the matter, Captain. The men of the guard were flesh and blood. This ghostly figure passed through their ranks because he was a shadow, a memory of a painted face.
No, he was real. And the guard was made up of shadows. He was real among them as he's real among you now.
Is he among us now?
You don't see him.
I do not.
There, behind you, where the light falls. You see no one there?
Nothing, Captain.
Why have you come here?
Was I ever with you when you had not called for me?
I've never called for you. I've drenched myself in blood to be rid of you. I've filled the air with screams and covered half the earth to be rid of you.
Would it be possible to declare him of unsound mind?
We can hardly escape the issue of guilt or innocence.
And if he is guilty?
The guilty must be punished.
Very well.
What happened, Captain, after this man came across the water to your ship?
He came through the soldiers. They had become like air, unreal. They could not stop him. Then this thing came over me that I'd felt before.
What thing?
I was glad that he had come. In some horrible way, I was glad that I couldn't hurt him. Glad that he would conquer. That I would betray my rank and my orders. In some horrible way, it didn't matter, for he had become real, and he and I were real together in a country of ghosts. He and I and the band of prisoners were real, but the soldiers and the nation that lay behind them were unreal. The armies, the men of the government, the men of the secret police, all the forces of our nation were shadows that could not stop a wind. There was only one reality. This man and I, on the dark river, and the group of prisoners sent there to die.
What came of this?
I don't know. I think I must have let them go.
You mean you allowed the prisoners to escape?
Yes.
You knew that this was an action deserving of death?
It seemed not to matter.
I think we need take no further testimony. To my mind, Captain Cassell is guilty and his usefulness is at an end. Is there any dissent?
None, General Merck.
Then the lieutenant will record the sentence. Captain Cassell, you have received an impartial trial at the hands of your brother officers, and it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that there is only one military consequence to your action.
You, too, are shadows. You of this corps.
Be quiet, sir.
You're all shadows. Ghostly folk about a table in a city of ghosts. The chairs and walls show through your forms. Your voices come from a distance. Echoes of men.
You will face a firing squad in the prison yard in the morning.
And they too will be shadows. Why should I fear them? Or any among this nation of specters? I know now that I'm free of you. He and I sit together here, and we are real in the midst of a cackling assemblage of shadows.
Cause is dismissed.
Go and leave me. I know what you think, insofar as you think, insofar as you exist at all. My mind is clear, and I know what I was never sure of. You're evil as you're empty. And my happiness is here, in the face of this one reality, this one friend who says that I did well when I did a kindness, that I was worthiest when I could not kill. Now that I've said these things, they'll make an end of me. They will put me to death out of their world.
They put me to death long ago.
I must face the firing squad in the morning. Will you stay with me then?
Yes, I will stay with you.
And in the night, if I'm alone, my mind will torture me. Will you stay with me in the night?
Yes, I will stay.
Will you say again the words you said on the bank of the Danube?
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
And the rest?
Yes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
This way, Captain.
Yes. I'm ready.
So Captain Cassell went to his death because his inner spirit would not be denied. That death was one of triumph and of comfort. He had found again his true belief, had made his peace with God. And the freedom of every man and every woman to find that peace is, of all freedoms, the most fundamental, precious, and profound. And the powers of darkness know that well, and that is why, when they would enslave mankind, they strike first at the freedom of the soul. Faced with this threat in other lands, let us renew our resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Paul Muni and Maxwell Anderson joined the Free Company under the chairmanship of James Boyd in contributing their services without payment. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild, to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible. To all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
A copy of today's broadcast by Maxwell Anderson has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. A complete collection of the Free Company plays will be available in book form at your local bookstore on Monday, May 5th. Next Sunday, as previously announced, we broadcast the final program in the first cycle of Free Company plays, called Above Suspicion. It was adapted from an outline prepared for the Free Company by the late Sherwood Anderson and stars Paul Lucas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who held a high government office in a country of freedom-loving people. John McIntyre plays the part of Governor John Goodwin in Suicide by Order.
Yes?
Dr. Shea is here.
Oh, good. Send him right in. Well, come in, Wayne. What brings you here so early today?
John, what in the world are you trying to do?
Well, that's a fine greeting. What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. A speech on the radio last night. I'd be perfectly willing to wager that the remarks you made were not in the approved copy of your speech.
You'd win your bet. You don't know the things they wanted me to say. They're outrageous. I wouldn't even consider following that line.
It can cause a lot of trouble, John, even though you're still governor.
Still governor. That's a big help. And as for my powers, I haven't originated one piece of approved legislation since they took over. All they do is push bills at me to sign.
Now, that's another thing, your refusal to sign their edicts. John, the governors of almost every other state have been removed from office. You know that. And each state has become a separate province with its own commissar. Now, that can happen here, too.
Wayne, do I hear right? Are you implying that I cooperate with these people, carry out their edicts without any reference to the people or our legislature?
Well, call it what you want. You can't fight this thing by being bullheaded. As far as the legislature is concerned, it may as well adjourn. Everything pertaining to law is coming from the Action Committee, anyhow. If we can bide our time, maybe someday...
Bide our time someday? I'm doing my fighting now. Do you think they can walk in and trample all over us? Am I supposed to sign my name while I'm blindfolded?
The bills will go into effect anyhow.
That's exactly what I mean. They write a law, put it into effect, and then come to me for a signature. Why do they bother? Anyone with half a brain would know that I would never condone the issuance of such orders if I didn't have to.
That's just the point. You do have to.
Yes, I do. They started with the threats.
Threats?
Yes. If I don't sign this or that law, they say they'll make it more stringent and put it into effect anyhow. Oh, good morning, Mr. Collin. Or rather, Comrade Collin. Do come in.
Goodwin, you've done a very serious thing. Your speech last night, I warned you.
Governor Goodwin, if you please.
Governor Goodwin, if I please? Well, I don't please. You've caused a great deal of trouble for me and yourself. Your original speech had been approved by the Ministry of Information. Why did you deviate from it?
Did I deviate?
I warn you to watch your step, Goodwin. Those remarks you made, proud to be an American citizen, react in a democratic manner. You have been told, as have your people, communism is the only democracy. History has proved it.
Perhaps you have some testimonials to that claim from Siberia?
Dr. Shea, you're a man of fair intelligence. I suggest that you try to impress upon your friend the importance of cooperating with us. The consequences of resistance can be very unpleasant.
He was pretty upset.
Yes, he was. How far do you think you can go with him?
I'm going to fight him every step of the way. I will not be a party. Yes?
The Lieutenant Governor... Mr. Wilson is here, sir.
Show him in.
That's strange. Wonder what Wilson wants.
Good morning, Wayne. Doctor?
Morning. What can I do for you, Tom?
I'll come right to the point. It's about those bills you've been signing. You know, of course, that they've been a direct cause of trouble for the citizens.
Go on.
One freedom after another is being trampled underfoot. Now I understand you have a new law. Something about the newspapers.
Yes, I have. It's here on my desk now.
If you will both excuse me, I'd like to say something. Now, Tom, you're going to cause trouble for yourself and for John by coming here. It was because of your idiotic behavior that you were removed from the office of Lieutenant Governor.
That's exactly what I mean. One morning I walk into my office and I've learned that I've resigned. What kind of methods are those? That is why I'm opposed to cooperating with these people in any manner whatsoever. What is this new bill?
The Ministry of Information has taken over all newspapers. Or rather, it allocates the newsprint supply.
You're not going to sign it.
Of course he's going to sign it. Why do you persist in knocking your head against the wall? What else can he do?
He mustn't sign it. It's treason. freedom of the press is periled.
Tom, do you think for 1 minute it would make any difference whether or not I signed this order or any of the orders? It would mean trouble for me, my staff, even you and Wayne.
You're a traitor. A traitor to the American people.
Tom, you're out of your mind.
You're a disgrace to your office. I'm ashamed of my association with you.
Good evening.
Hello, Clara.
Good evening.
Thanks a lot for inviting us over, Clara. Nice to see you again.
Well, I thought you two old bachelors might like a home-cooked dinner. You're late.
Well, we just came from Tom Wilson. He's in pretty bad shape. After he got the news that John had signed the new labor bill, he almost went out of his mind. I had to give him a couple of shots to quiet him.
Oh, that poor man.
Oh, it's his own fault. But he'll pull out of it.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. John, it's for you.
Hello? What? Why, no, come to think of it, I haven't seen him all day. Yes, I think I know why. I'm trying to find out what I can. Yes, I'll call you as soon as I get any information. Bye. Well, getting close to home now.
What is it?
Jeffrey, Speaker of the House. He was at the meeting yesterday when we were presented to that labor bill. He's the only one who refused to sign it.
What happened to him?
I don't know. That was his wife. He hasn't been seen since he left the meeting yesterday afternoon.
And I refuse to discuss the subject anymore. Good day. I beg your pardon.
Oh, hello, Wayne. Sit down.
Colin was certainly leaving in a hurry. What'd you find out?
Not a thing.
You think Jeffries is dead?
What else? Missing for over a week. No letter, no phone call, didn't take any clothes. He was on the way home from his office and just disappeared. Yes? Wilson? Send him in.
That fool. I specifically told him to remain in bed. Why, the man's on the verge of a nervous collapse. Wait till I...
Come in, Tom.
Well, you fixed things up beautifully, haven't you?
Sit down, Tom.
Where's Jeffries? Where is he? Tommy, you shouldn't be out of bed.
He's dead. That's where he is. He's dead. And it's all your fault if you stood by him. But no, you signed everything. Bow down to them.
Tom, you're a sick man. Now, come on.
Don't touch me. Traitors, all of you. Why don't you fight them? Why don't you...
Well, I warned him. Better call an ambulance.
What a terrible, terrible thing.
Yes, it's pretty bad. Wayne had him moved to the hospital. The way he was raving...
I hope you know that ordinarily he wouldn't say those things.
Yes, of course. Ever since they moved him out of office, he's been getting worse. He hasn't had to cope with them day after day as I have. All he's had time to do is to think of the injustice of it all. He wants to fight. What is there to fight, and what good?
I know. Wayne should be here soon. I'll go fix him.
Wait a minute, Clara. There's something else.
Yes, John?
Clara, we've postponed, or rather, I've postponed our wedding 3-4 times now.
Yes, I know.
The reason for that has nothing to do with how I feel about you. In fact, it's because I love you that I haven't married you.
I'm afraid I don't understand, John.
Well, there have been cases you haven't heard about them. People who resisted Colin and the government. Why do you suppose some of them finally gave in?
I think I begin to see.
Sometimes only a threat against a wife or children has been necessary. In other cases, there have been disappearances.
You think they'd take it out on me for something you did or didn't do?
I know they would. I don't even want them to know we're engaged.
Oh, John, why can't we get out of here? Go to some country that's still free. You could fly from there and I could... I'm sorry, John.
I'm going to stay here as long as it's humanly possible to put up with these demons. I think I can do more here than I could anyplace else. At least that's the way I feel for the present. Maybe something will...
That must be the doctor.
Oh, hello, Clara.
Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, John. You look pretty low.
How's Wilson?
You pull through nerves. Pretty much unstrung, but physically he's all right.
Well, you better stick pretty close to him. He may have a turn for the worse by tomorrow.
You anticipating trouble?
Yes, I don't know what's up, but I meet with Colin in the morning, and I'll wager it isn't going to be good.
Order, I say. Quiet, please, gentlemen. We'll never get anywhere this way. We have only a few minutes before Colleen gets here. Let's take these things one at a time. I don't even know what this meeting has been called for.
I'll tell you why. I reported to my office this morning and found a stranger sitting at my desk in my office. He had the effrontery to ask me if I had an appointment.
I think I know what this means. Go on.
He said he was the new Minister of Agriculture, that the people had demanded my removal because of my activity against the interests of the state. When I protested, I was thrown out bodily picked up by two policemen and physically ejected from the Capitol building. Same thing happened to me.
Gentlemen, please, order. I'm afraid there's not much we can do about this. I've protested every single bill and every appointment that's come through here, but it's always the same thing. Action against your families or against your friends, and if that fails, well, we all know what happened to Jeffries, or rather, we don't know. I suggest you... won't you come in, Mr. Collins?
What are you people doing here? You're without official standing in this state. Get out before I have you arrested for trespassing. Traitors, saboteurs.
You'd better leave, gentlemen.
Apparently, you already know what's happened.
Yes, I know, but I'm not sure I believe it.
I suggest you learn to believe. Here, sign this.
What is it this time?
It's a certification of the new cabinet for the state. It announces the successors to office.
Mr. Collin, while I know I'm wasting my time talking
Watch
to you...
yourself, Mr. Goodman.
I would nevertheless like to point out that almost all of these offices are elective. Do you understand what that means? Elective? Elected by the people, not appointed by you or me or anyone else. My signature on this paper would mean absolutely nothing to the people.
You'll sign it anyhow. Besides, the men whose names are there as replacements are already in office.
I was about to mention that myself.
You know, of course, that we will have admissions of guilt from the former office holders very soon. Even now, we're preparing a formal list of charges for release to the citizens.
I thought it was the citizens who had demanded the removal of these men.
When the confessions of malfeasance of office have been signed, and rest assured they will be signed, we'll post them with this official announcement. And if you don't sign...
If I don't sign, there will be bloodshed. My friends will suffer because they will come into conflict with the police. If I do sign, there will be those who will say I succumbed to threats, that I betrayed my people.
You're thinking too much of your former aide, Wilson. He's insane. He's the only person in the whole state structure who has had any real objection to the new government. And don't be affected by the opinion of a crazy man.
Why do you even bother to bring these things to me for signature at all?
Sign.
No.
What?
I said no. I won't sign it.
Perhaps I can change your mind. Give me police headquarters?
There's going to be bloodshed anyhow. I can no longer be a party to...
Yes? Collins speak. Have you picked them up yet? You have both Dr. Shea and Miss Lyons in custody. Good. Hold them until you hear from me.
Ella and Wayne in jail?
Yes.
Why? What have they done?
We haven't decided yet. We'll think of something. We've heard they've been guilty of action inimical to the interests of the state. Right now, our evidence is shaky. It is possible we could even be wrong. You could convince me.
How?
Sign.
You are listening to Suicide by Order, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
And confessions are expected momentarily from the remaining criminals. Meanwhile, the new officers have taken office by order of Governor John Goodwin. The governor, who early today signed the affidavit accusing the former office holders of malfeasance of office, indicated that he is very confident that the affairs of state under the new members will herald a new day of freedom and that...
I think they've distorted the facts a bit.
We all know that, John.
Well, nevertheless, the bill bears my signature.
You shouldn't have let them threaten you. I mean, with Wayne and me. We'd have been all right.
How did they find out about us, you and me? I've tried to conceal our relationship in every possible manner. Only you and I and Wayne knew.
And Earl Parnas.
Earl Parnas? You mean the one who was in our motor vehicle department?
Yes. You remember he was removed because of his activity report by the Un-American Committee.
Well, yes, but...
He's working for them now. He was down at the police station, one of their agents. He was gloating about his new position in the state police setup, the MVD.
If this weren't so outrageous, it would be funny.
What do you mean?
Police, MVD, Motor Vehicle Department.
Have you heard from Wayne yet?
Oh, he called this morning. I don't know where he is. Have you got your instructions straight for tonight?
Yes, I'm all packed. One small suitcase, as you told me.
Well, tell me what you're to do.
You will go home early tonight. I will put out all the lights as though going to bed. At 1:30 in the morning, a car will pull into the driveway. I will go to wherever the driver takes me. Oh, John, can't you tell me where it is?
No. Go on.
Oh, John, they found out.
Answer it.
Clara, John here.
Yes, come in. You frightened after pounding on the door.
John, Wilson just tried to commit suicide.
What?
Yeah, he heard the report over the radio about the bill you signed. He jumped out of a window in his apartment building. He's badly hurt.
That fool! That stupid, idiotic fool! Jumping out of a window is an act of a neurotic. Only a demented person would try such a thing.
It appeared he was recovering, too.
Suicide doesn't absolve one of his responsibilities. It's a very poor escape. Besides, he chose a stupid way to go about it. There's no guarantee of success. If a person feels he must do away with himself, he should use a gun or poison.
John, what a peculiar way to talk.
Don't mind what John says. I've been his doctor for more than 20 years. He's always been afraid of pain. John would naturally think of a painless way to die. If he was thinking of dying, which I don't think he is.
It's getting late.
Yes, of course. Would you drive me home, Wayne?
Sure, glad to. See you tomorrow, Clara.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
This is the first time in the history of the state police that a person has disappeared without their knowledge. Now, how is it possible? Have you been asleep?
Oh, they've been watched every minute. We know she was home the night before last. Both Dr. Shea and the governor were there. They left together when the girl retired.
How do you know?
Why, she put out all the lights. As always, my man watched the house for an hour afterwards.
Then what did he do?
Why, he went home, I guess.
Parnas, you have committed a terrible blunder. There is no room here for guessing. You'll find out what happened to the girl and bring me a report on Goodwin and Shea within the next 24 hours.
I'll try, sir.
You'll succeed. And if you should by some chance fail...
I understand. I will find out.
Where are they now?
The governor and the doctor started out in the car this morning. They're being followed.
Where are they going?
The governor's secretary, one of my employees, said they were just going for a short ride to relax.
I suppose you noticed we're being followed.
Of course.
What was so urgent? Why couldn't we meet in your office? And where in the world is Clara?
No. She's safe, thank God.
Safe where?
The other night when you were with us, the night Wilson tried to kill himself, I arranged for her to fly out of the country. I just got word this morning. She made it safely.
I'm surprised she'd go without you.
I told her I'd join her as soon as I could. That's what I want to talk to you about.
But why here?
Well, I can't risk using the office. I think they're after me now. I've served my purpose. I can do no more good, either for them or for our own people. I'm leaving the country tomorrow. I want you to go with me.
But how? You're watched every minute.
I have a plan. But we must work fast. No packing, no change in routine. This afternoon, I'm going downstate to welcome some new official. I probably won't be back tonight. Now, tomorrow morning, I'll phone you at your office at 7 o'clock and ask you to come over to examine me for some illness.
Yeah.
But don't come to my house. That will be your signal to get into your car and drive to a field outside of the city. Here. I've drawn out the route. Now, memorize it and then burn it.
Then what?
When you get there, I'll be waiting with a plane. Don't contact me anymore from now on, even by telephone. Should the plan fail and I don't bring you tomorrow, come and see me as usual later in the morning.
What is it you have to do this afternoon?
Oh, it's some new commissar or something. I'm driving to Midland with Carlin. It's only about 70 miles from here. It's almost time to get started. You better head back toward the capital. Remember, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at your office.
of me. You're here early.
Yes, good morning, nurse. I had some case histories to check. Do you have the time? I think our office clock is fast.
No, it's the same time I have. 5 minutes to 8.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Something wrong, Doctor?
No,
We have an early patient. Come in.
Nurse, what do you want?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd heard the news.
Oh, don't be cryptic. What do you want?
Oh, you haven't heard then. Your friend, Governor Goodwin, he committed suicide last night, jumped from a window.
You're insane.
No, you'll find that I'm perfectly normal. You ought to come with me to party headquarters. Now.
I still don't believe it. It's impossible.
Are you inferring that something else caused the death? That can be very dangerous, you know.
Dangerous? What else can they do? What can you do that hasn't already been done?
If you want to find out, try once more to escape from this country.
Escape? When? How did you know?
Oh, we know. We have ways. So you better watch your step, Dr. Shea.
And in the face of that, you still expect me to believe Governor Goodwin committed suicide?
Frankly, I don't care what you think. As long as my duties are satisfactory, Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Collins. Yes, he's here. For you, Dr. Shea.
Yes? Oh, hello. Yeah, Mr. Knapp's informed me. Terrible thing. And I may as well tell you, too, that I don't believe he committed suicide. And I have several reasons for thinking what I think. As his doctor, I'd like to attend the post-mortem. And I understand I need your permission. Thank you. When will it be? 15 minutes. But you're 70 miles away from here. I could never... Oh, yes. That's up to me. I understand. Perfectly.
Come in. Good evening, Dr. Shea.
Good evening.
Dr. Shea, we noticed you were missing from Governor Goodwin's funeral yesterday. How do you explain this?
I have no explanation. I just didn't go.
Many of your countrymen are talking. It seems that you're misinformed about the cause of his death. Whether or not there is doubt in your mind, you must not contradict the findings of the State Commission. After all, you weren't even at the post-mortem.
And you know why I wasn't there.
Now, although we are certain of our findings, there is one thing we would like to ask you, Dr. Shea. Do you think he committed suicide because his cabinet resigned, because of their lack of faith in him?
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be trapped by a question like that?
What do you mean?
I mean that Governor Goodwin did not commit suicide.
Then, of course, you think his death was accidental.
No.
Then?
Murder. Cold, calculated murder.
By whom?
That is something I don't think I will ever know.
Dr. Shea, I've given you credit for being a sensible man. Your actions up to now have been harmless to the state. However, you have been spreading many of these lies to the people. Your stupid assumption that Goodwin was murdered is without foundation.
It's odd you don't ask me my reasons. Are you afraid?
What are these reasons, Dr. Shea?
Well, first of all, there's one thing we've already touched upon, the post-mortem. The police, the servants, everybody knew I was Goodwin's physician. Yet not only was I not called to the scene of his death, but I was prevented from attending the post-mortem examination. I was not even asked to sign his death certificate. Your Dr. Hayjack did that.
The first lie. You were called for the post-mortem.
Yes, 15 minutes before it took place, 75 miles from here.
Is that all?
3 days before his death, John had Caroline sent out of the country. He told her that he would follow as soon as he could. They were to be married immediately. I ask you, would a man as deeply in love as he was, a man who was going to get married, want to kill himself?
These reasons are without any doubt.
Also know that Goodwin planned to leave the country with me. The night he was killed, he was still making plans to go. He told me to be ready at 7 o'clock the next morning. It is not logical he should kill himself the same night.
Perhaps something happened to make him...
Something did happen, but he didn't change his mind. You see, another reason I know that he would not commit suicide by jumping from a window is that he was deathly afraid of pain.
Afraid of pain?
Last week, when Wilson tried to commit suicide by jumping out of a window, John was horrified. I recall he said it would be preferable to use poison or a gun. He carried a gun with him. Why didn't he use it?
Stupid reasoning.
I was Goodwin's doctor for more than 20 years. The simple pain of a hypodermic needle terrified him. Many years ago, he was scalded by hot water and has since had an abnormal fear of it. He had an automobile accident once and was hurt. He refused ever again to ride in the same car. And at his request, I've been furnishing him with sleeping tablets for over a year. He always carried a supply with him, 50 or 60. Surely he would use these if he'd wanted to.
Dr. Shea, if you're finished...
I'm not finished. Normally, people who commit suicide leave letters behind. He had 2 sisters living outside this country. A woman whom he loved and was to marry, many close friends, including myself. And yet not a single letter or note has been found.
You have witnesses to all this, of course.
As a matter of fact, there are witnesses. But you'll never know who they are. Isn't it true that his body was clad only in pajamas? He wore no slippers or robe? Wouldn't he have been more fully dressed? Unless he had been dragged from his bed.
Who told you this?
Isn't it true that shots were heard during the night? And isn't it true that four, Comrade Collins, 4 coffins were removed from the house before the Communist Medical Commission arrived? Is it possible that Goodwin managed to do some eliminating of his own before he committed suicide? And isn't it also true...
Stop, that's enough. Tell us!
Yes, comrade.
This man is under arrest. Take him away.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of state under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American statesman if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Czechoslovakia. It did happen to Prime Minister Jan Masaryk. On March 10th, 1948, Jan Masaryk died. The communist of Czechoslovakia declared his death suicide. Dr. Oskar Klinger, personal physician to Jan Masaryk, escaped to tell the true story. Dr. Klinger says Masaryk was murdered. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John McIntyre as Governor Goodwin in Suicide by Order. Charlie Lung was Dr. Shea and Jack Crucian Mr. Callan. Completing the cast were Donald Morrison, Virginia Agnello, Bob Bruce, Eddie Marr, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Suicide by Order was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In an age of equality, faith in public opinion becomes a kind of religion, and the majority is its ministering prophet. Opinion is more than ever mistress of the world. There is here matter for profound reflection to those who look on freedom of thought as a holy thing, and who hate not only the tyrant, but tyranny itself. For myself, when I feel the hand of power lie heavy on my brow, I care but little to know who oppresses me, and I am not the more disposed to pass beneath the yoke because it is held out to me by a million men.
The Tyranny of the Majority. A study in American freedom. Item 9 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American freedom. The Tyranny of the Majority.
My friend Beaumont and I visited America in 1831. We watched many things together. We saw for ourselves the principles of democracy and equality, and everywhere we went, we were welcomed.
Now, gentlemen, you've been over here how long?
Several months.
All right. How do you like America?
Beaumont?
Really, Tocqueville? Speak frankly, gentlemen. This is a young country. We're just getting started. We want to know what visitors think of us. We don't see many foreigners here, you know. Of the 13 million people in America, only 400,000 are foreigners. Only about 25,000 a year come over, and this is a big country.
Well, I think America is a most remarkable country.
A most remarkable country. That's what we like to hear, honest talk straight from the shoulder. A most remarkable country. Go on, sir.
We admire the enormous progress you have made.
Progress in what? Be frank, don't hold anything back.
In everything, in developing your cities, in taming the wilderness, you are a most industrious nation.
And successful.
And very successful.
That's what we want to hear straight from the shoulder. Don't you think our women are wonderful?
Superb. And as virtuous as they are beautiful.
Mr. Beaumont, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Have you read any American books?
Yes.
Beaumont.
What do you think of them? Truthfully now?
Truthfully, I think they are dreadful.
You think they're dreadful? Mr. Beaumont, our American authors are the finest in the world.
I beg leave to differ. Even your own Fenimore.
There's no difference possible. You're from France. You haven't had a chance to develop your taste likely. When you do, and I hope for your sake it'll be pretty soon, you'll recognize that American literature, like everything else American, is unequaled in the world. And if the disadvantages of your taste and upbringing don't permit you to appreciate America she truly is, why, then I suggest, gentlemen, that you'll be happier and we'll be happier if you go back home where you came from.
Tocqueville, what did I do?
You spoke frankly, Beaumont.
He asked me to. Besides, I praised America extravagantly.
Any criticism is too much. You see, an American takes part in everything that's done in his country, so he feels obliged to defend everything. You're not only attacking his country, you're attacking the man himself.
It makes life embarrassing, this irritable patriotism. It's so odd because America is in many ways such a free country.
A free country in which, lest anybody should be hurt by your remarks, you are not allowed to speak freely of private individuals, or of the state, of the citizens, or of the authorities, of public or of private undertakings. This is a country which lives under a tyranny.
A tyranny? Tocqueville, are you serious?
The tyranny of the majority.
The tyranny of the majority? What do you mean?
Do you remember the conversation we had in Boston with that gentleman who was the editor of the North American Review?
Mr. Jared Sparks.
Our whole system, from top to bottom, is one of avowed distrust of public men. Every art is used on principle to complicate the machinery of electioneering, to scatter the conflicting motives so that every man shall act more or less as a check on his neighbor. We think every man is as good as his neighbor. We believe in individual judgment, individual conscience.
But why?
It comes from our very origin. We came here in the beginning, Republicans and religious enthusiasts.
To establish the ideal commonwealth.
Yes.
The majority has all power, then.
Yes. The political dogma of this country is that the majority is always right. The majority may make mistakes in some matters, but on the whole, it is always right. And there is no moral force superior to it.
And do you consider this wise?
In general, Mr. Tocqueville, we find it very good to have adopted it. But I will admit that the theory does not always work in practice.
It is incontestable that the people frequently conduct public business very badly.
And occasionally the majority wishes to oppress the minority.
Have you no protection against this?
We have in the veto of the governor, and above all in the power that the judges have to refuse to execute an unconstitutional law, a guarantee against the passions and the errors of the masses in an unlimited democracy. But these are only a small guarantee against the tyranny of the majority.
In my opinion, Beaumont, when a citizen of a democratic country compares himself individually with all those about him, he feels with pride that he is the equal of any one of them. But when he comes to survey the totality of his fellows and to place himself in contrast with so huge a body, he is instantly overwhelmed by the sense of his own insignificance. The public, therefore, among a democratic people, has a singular power, for it does not persuade others to its beliefs, but it imposes on them by a sort of enormous pressure of the mind of all upon the mind of each. That's what I mean by the tyranny of the majority.
This is absurd, Tocqueville. Andrew Jackson says, one man with courage makes a majority. The whole foundation of America is based on opposition to tyranny. Remember the words of the Declaration of Independence.
But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security.
But, Beaumont, when an individual or a party is wronged in the United States, to whom can he apply for redress?
To public opinion.
Public opinion constitutes the majority.
Then to the legislature.
The legislature represents the majority and implicitly obeys it.
Then to the executive.
Appointed by the majority.
All this is true, Tocqueville. But you do not allow for the spirit of the American people. This country is always on the watch for tyranny. At its very beginning, it was saluted by Thomas Paine for its contrast to the tyrannies of Europe.
O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her as a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind.
How can you say that this country has submitted itself to a political tyranny? Everybody here says this is a free country. The customs of America are against tyranny, as Senator Gray told us in Boston.
The habit of treating all affairs by discussion and of proceeding in all affairs, even the smallest, by means of majorities, that habit is harder to acquire than all the others. Yet it's the only one which makes governments really free. It's this 200-year-old habit which distinguishes New England not only from all the countries of Europe, but even from the other parts of America. Even our children never go to their master to settle their differences. They regulate everything among themselves. I have no doubt but that every man in Boston has a more truly parliamentary spirit and is more accustomed to public discussions than the majority of Europe's legislators.
I still say thought and opinion are particularly under the power of the majority. As long as the majority is still undecided, discussion is carried on. But as soon as its decision is irrevocably pronounced, everyone is silent, and the opponents, as well as the friends of the measure, unite in assenting to its propriety. I know of no country in which there is so little independence of mind and real freedom of discussion as in America.
How can you say a thing like that? Take the publication of books. There is complete freedom of the press with no censorship of books.
Beaumont, you are the one who complains about American literature.
The quality, not the freedom.
The two are connected. There can be no literary genius without freedom of opinion, and freedom of opinion does not exist in America.
For example?
For example, in America, the majority raises formidable barriers around the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. Before making public his opinions, he thought he had sympathizers. Now it seems to him that he has none anymore, since he has revealed himself to everyone. Then those who blame him criticize loudly, and those who think as he does keep quiet and move away without courage. He yields at length, overcome by the daily effort which he has to make, and subsides into silence as if he felt remorse for having spoken the truth. No writer, whatever his eminence, can escape paying the tribute of adulation to his fellow citizens. The majority lives in a perpetual utterance of self-applause, and there are certain truths which the Americans can learn only from strangers or from experience. But, to do them credit, Beaumont, intelligent Americans are aware of this. Fisher Ames has said,
"In democracies, writers will be more afraid of the people than for them."
And the greatest American author of the day, James Fenimore Cooper.
The tendency of democracies is in all things to mediocrity, since the tastes, knowledge, and principles of the majority form the tribunal of appeal. This circumstance, while it certainly serves to elevate the average qualities of a nation, renders the introduction of a high standard difficult. Thus do we find in literature, the arts, architecture, and in all acquired knowledge, a tendency in America to gravitate towards the common center in this as in other things, lending a value and estimation to mediocrity that are not elsewhere given.
Mediocrity, yes. But Cooper says nothing about this despotism of yours.
No, listen to him, Beaumont.
The public is to be watched in this country as in other countries kings and aristocrats are to be watched.
But Tocqueville, even while Fenimore Cooper was saying that, the distinguished American historian George Bancroft was proclaiming the American faith.
True political science does indeed venerate the masses. The people can discern right. Individuals claim the divine sanction of truth for the deceitful conceptions of their own fancies. The Spirit of God breathes through the combined intelligence of the people.
And many more Americans agree with George Bancroft than with Fenimore Cooper.
Beaumont, you are as bad as they are. This is exactly what I mean. In America, most people believe that the majority can do no wrong, and that there is more intelligence and wisdom in a number of men united than in a single individual. No, I cannot accept it.
This may sometimes be true, Tocqueville.
Sometimes, certainly, even perhaps usually, but certainly not always. And yet the idea that the majority has not only superior power, but superior intelligence, governs even the minor incidents of social life.
Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife, without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
Remember, Beaumont, how you discovered for yourself in Boston the iron grip of public opinion on the manners of society.
Listen to that.
Well, you know, She does her best.
But how is it possible to enjoy such singing as this? There is neither simplicity nor taste, neither feeling nor execution in her performance.
The Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases. Only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
This sort of tyranny I admit, and the Americans admit it too.
Or at least some of the Bostonians do.
Our society takes it upon itself to punish political, moral, and religious dissenters, but most of its wrath is spent upon the champions of democracy. That society is the means of seducing our unsophisticated country members of the legislature, making them believe that republicanism is only fit for backwoodsmen, is a fact too notorious to be mentioned. What man is there in this city that dares to be independent at the risk of being considered bad company? We take it as an insult offered to our own joint judgment when a man stubbornly follows his own mind. For we are accustomed to everything except seeing a man not influenced by the opinion of his neighbors.
As you express it, sir, it seems remarkable.
Remarkable? It's dangerous.
Dangerous? But this does not apply in political life. Here you are protected.
How?
Because every man is entitled to one vote.
My dear sir, you don't grasp the situation. We have frequent elections. That means the majority becomes jury, judge, legislator, and governor. You dare not act as you please in your own house. You dare not educate your children in your own way. You dare not express a wish of your own, but what you have to dread to be exposed in public and have your name paraded in the newspapers. What we face, sir, is the despotism of the majority.
I do not believe enough precautions have been taken in America to limit the power of the majority. A majority taken collectively is only an individual whose opinions and interests are opposed to those of another individual who is styled a minority. If a man possessing absolute power may misuse that power by wronging his adversaries, why should not a majority be liable to the same reproach? Men do not change their characters by uniting with one another. The power to do everything, which I should refuse to one of my equals, I will never grant to any number of them.
Are you saying, Tocqueville, that there is frequent use of tyranny in America now in the 1830s?
No, but I maintain there is no sure barrier against it. I think the kind of oppression by which democratic nations are menaced is unlike anything that ever before existed in the world. You see, every man allows himself to be put in leading strings because he sees that it is the people at large who hold the end of the chain. Everybody is willing to recognize the rights of the majority because they all hope at some time to become the majority. The majority in America, therefore, exercise a prodigious actual authority and a power of opinion which is nearly as great. This state of things is dangerous for the future. And notice, Beaumont, the power of public opinion in the field of religion.
The other day, a tailor sold a suit of clothes to a sailor a few moments before he sailed, which was on a Sunday morning. The Corporation of New York prosecuted the tailor for violating the Sabbath, and he was convicted and sentenced to a fine greatly beyond his means to pay. A New York lawyer defended him with much eloquence, but in vain. This lawyer's powerful speech, however, was not without effect, for it raised him such a host of Presbyterian enemies as sufficed to destroy his own practice. Nor was this all.
His nephew was at the time preparing for the bar, and soon after the above circumstance occurred, his certificates were presented and refused with this declaration: that no man of that name and family should be admitted.
Remember what we were told by Father Power, the vicar of the Catholic Church in New York.
I should say myself that very often men seem to act as if the worship of opinion was the established religion of the country.
Not the worship of wealth?
Oh, I'll admit that every man works for wealth in America, and not quite every man does so in the old countries. All the same, it doesn't seem to me that wealth is quite as important as an idol, a snare, a deception, as this other thing. The worship of public opinion is the leading heresy around here, in my humble opinion.
And the same thing was put from a different point of view by the physician we spoke to in Maryland, Dr. Stewart.
Public opinion accomplishes with us what the Inquisition was never able to do. I have known a multitude of young men who, after receiving a scientific education, thought they had discovered that the Christian religion was not true. Carried away by the fire of youth, they began to maintain this opinion openly. They became indignant at the intolerance of the zealous Christians and placed themselves in a position of open hostility. Well, some were obliged to leave the country or to vegetate there miserably. The others, feeling that the struggle was unequal, were constrained to return outwardly into the ways of religion, or at least keep their mouths shut. The number of those thus beaten by public opinion is very considerable.
But there is always the escape to the west. Remember the song we heard in the Michigan Territory?
And there's the land of blue laws where deacons cut their hair, for fear their locks and tenets will not exactly square. When beer that works on Sunday a penalty must pay, while all's free and easy in Michigan, aye. Come go with me and settle in Michigan, aye. Yea, yea, in Michigan, aye.
But in Pennsylvania, I said, explain to me how it happens that in a state founded by Quakers and celebrated for its toleration, free Negroes are not allowed to exercise civil rights. They pay taxes. Is it not fair that they should vote?
You insult us, Mr. Tocqueville, if you imagine that our legislators could have committed so gross an act of injustice and intolerance.
Then the Negroes possess the right of voting in this country?
Without a doubt, sir.
How comes it then that at the polling booth this morning I did not perceive a single Negro?
Well, sir, that's certainly not the fault of the law. The Negroes have an undisputed right of voting, but they voluntarily abstain from making their appearance.
A very pretty piece of modesty on their part.
Why, the truth is, sir, that they are not disinclined to vote, but they're afraid of being maltreated.
What?
In this country, sir, the law is sometimes unable to maintain its authority without the support of the majority. But in this case, the majority entertains very strong prejudices against the Negroes, and the government officials are unable to protect them in the exercise of their legal rights.
Then the majority claims the right not only of making the laws, but of breaking the laws it has itself made. I see. As Jefferson says,
the inquisition of public opinion overwhelms in practice the freedom asserted in theory by the laws.
And Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Society everywhere is in conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members. The virtue in most request is conformity. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist. Nothing is ultimately sacred but the integrity of your own mind.
These are not the views of strangers and foreigners. They are the views of the Americans themselves.
But Tocqueville, the Americans resist this tyranny of the majority by voluntary associations.
Oh, that's true.
Just think of all those associations we have found here and the reformers we have met. They fight for minority views and personal rights. And the majority is sometimes defeated by energetic minority agitation. No, the feeling in America is not that the will of the majority is a tyranny. In general, Americans agree with George Bancroft.
The best government rests on the people and not on the few, on the free development of public opinion and not on authority, because God has conferred the gifts of mind upon every member of the human race. Truth is not to be ascertained by the impulses of an individual. Truth emerges from the contradictions of personal opinions. Truth acknowledges neither the solitary mind nor the separate faction as its oracle, but owns as its only faithful interpreter the dictates of pure reason itself, proclaimed by the general voice of mankind. Thus, the opinion which we respect is indeed not the opinion of one or of a few, but the sagacity of the many.
In an age of equality, the majority always commands belief. Faith in the majority is itself a kind of religion. But although I fear the tyranny of the majority in America, and although I warn against it, I remain hopeful. Despotism seems to me peculiarly to be dreaded in democratic times. I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it. But the men who live in democratic ages have naturally a taste for independence. They are naturally impatient of regulation. For a long time, these feelings should prevent the establishment of any despotism, and they will furnish fresh weapons to each succeeding generation that struggles in favor of the liberty of mankind. Let us then look forward to the future, not with that faint and idle terror which depresses and enervates the heart, but with that salutary fear that makes men keep watch and ward for freedom.
You have just heard The Tyranny of the Majority, a study in American freedom, item 9 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new Tocqueville study materials, including Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a newly published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide, may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to Common Sense and Moonshine, item 10 on Democracy in America.
Keep an ear to the world around you. Tune to NBC Radio.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of 3 ball players. The story of what can happen to any sport under a communist regime. With James Whitmore in the leading role of Rudy Gans, this is the story of the ball players.
So that was Springfield, huh?
Yeah, that was it.
What league did you say they played in?
Midwestern League.
Never heard of it. Any of you guys ever hear of it? You see, nobody else never heard of it neither. What is it, some kind of a sandlot league?
Sandlot? How could it be Sandlot? It's where I come from.
That's just what I was getting at, Rudy.
I don't see what's so funny about that.
Come to think of it, Rudy, I once heard of a pitcher in that league. Name of Chillicothe Brown.
That sounds like no name to me. I never heard of no one named Chillicothe.
Wasn't his name, boy. It was the place he came from. It was a nickname like Casey. Now do you get it?
No, and I never did get that thing about Casey either. If he comes from Kansas City, then why do they call him Casey? It seems to me they call him Kansas City.
Speaking of the devil, here I am.
Hi, Casey.
Hi, Rudy.
Well, what's wrong? Why is everybody so quiet all of a sudden?
Don't get your curiosity up, Rudy. I don't think they'll tell you. But if you really want to know, they're quiet because I come in.
Oh, I guess that's all right, ain't it, Casey? After all, you're the manager of the team. You should ought to have the respect of the guys.
Yeah, that's right, Rudy. Only I don't think the boys like my communist affiliation too much.
Oh, I don't know, Casey. I guess it's okay. Now, you take me, I'm a Baptist. And the boys don't mind me, do you, fellas? See, it's okay, Casey.
Well, it'll have to be. This is no social call. I got an announcement to make about this series coming up. I guess I don't have to tell you who we're playing. The Soviet Union, having beaten the Japanese champs, is now the Eurasian champion. They're coming here to play us, which makes this a real World Series for a change. Baseball is something more now than a national sport. It's international. It's a people's sport. Something strike you funny, Talmadge? I'd like to be let in on it. What do you find so funny? Nothing. Mr. Private. Yeah, I bet it is. Well, don't think it's going to be a breeze. You're going to have to hustle all you, put a little pepper into it. Maybe those boys from the Soviet Union haven't been playing a game for years like we have in this country, but they're pretty good. They're big boys. They can hit. But that's not what my announcement's about. What I have to say is official from the Commissar of Sports, from Johnson himself. He set down some new rulings for this series. 1, no riding the visiting team. And number 2, we play the Russian rules since they're the visitors. What kind of rules is this? All right, knock it off. I haven't got a copy of their rules, but that's the way it's going to be. Their rules can't be that different, and the chances are they're no different at all. Number 3, they furnish the umpires.
Anything else, Comrade Casey?
Now that you mention it, yeah. In order to set an example for the young people of America, you're expected to address one another as comrade and to uphold at all times the high ideals of the People's Party. Otherwise...
What, comrade?
Otherwise, you lose all these fancy privileges you get for being big league ball players. You don't get a whole apartment to yourself. And that nice automobile you're driving goes back to the state and so on down the line. Just keep that in mind, comrade.
Say, was he being sarcastic?
It wouldn't surprise me if he was, Rudy.
What do you suppose is eating him, Eddie? Casey wasn't always this way. He used to be real funny, remember? What's eating him?
Maybe the same thing as eating us. Maybe he's full up to his craw with communists. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, look, if he doesn't like him, why does he have to do anything with him? Why don't he tell him to go jump?
Same reason we don't, maybe. Baseball's all he knows. Maybe we've been misjudging Casey. What do you think, Mickey?
I'll pay the same.
Judging from some of the signs you give us pitches, I can believe that. I'll never forget that bunch you called for in the last game of the playoff. We almost didn't win.
There was nothing wrong with calling for a bunt. If you didn't feel your position like a washerwoman, a man never would have got on. You pitchers are all alike. You got an excuse for everything. If it isn't a sore arm, it's because you didn't get to warm up good. The fielders didn't back you up, and the ball just happened to hit the bat and went over for a base hit. All the time excuses when the truth is...
Yeah, the truth is what? Hey, call it off. Call it off. Keep out of this, Eddie. Keep out of it.
Beef has been brewing a long time.
And it can wait until the series is over. You two are going to be working together probably for the first game, so break it up. Now, you hear?
Yeah, Jim, forget it. Hey, what do you say you come and help Eddie write my letter, huh? I promised my girl I'd write her. What do you say, Jim, huh?
Okay.
Don't think this is over, Dinelli. We'll still settle this after the series.
Yeah, you know where to find me.
Come on, Jim, now sit down. You getting the pencil and paper ready?
Yeah. Rudy, why don't you go to night school, eh? A man your age ought to be able to read and write.
Well, I would, Jim, but we play so many night games. Now, what'd be the point of it? Anyway, I only want to write to this gal till she says she'll marry me. After that, it won't matter none. You ready, Eddie?
Yeah, sure.
Well, dear Effie, well, kid, here we are, heading into New York for the World Series. Dear Effie, I'm writing this letter from the hotel. The one I told you we'd be staying at during the series. I'm sorry it took me so long to answer your letter, kid, but you know how it is, getting ready for a series and then all the excitement during the first game. And what a game that was, Effie. I sure wish you could have been here, kid. Of course, I didn't get the pitch, but Jim did. And he really blanked them Russians. You should have seen their faces. I guess they didn't expect to get blanked like that. They was all kinds of arguing going on all afternoon. First they'd argue with the umps, then the umps would argue with Mickey. Oh, he's the catcher, you remember. And then Mickey would argue with Jim. I don't know what's going on between them two. Say, Eddie, what was they arguing about anyhow?
Well, I didn't get a chance to talk to Jim about it, but best I could tell, it was about how Jim was pitching him. I guess they didn't agree on what Mickey was calling for. Hey, you want to write any more?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see now. I think maybe I'll get to pitch the next game, Effie. Hi, Jim.
Hi.
Where you been, boy? I've been worried about you.
I had a meeting with Casey.
What about?
About the game today. I'm suspended for the series. Also, $50 fine.
What? What for?
For not throwing them the way the catcher signed them.
Well, you blanked them, buddy. You're crazy.
I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe I am. You know, I just don't get it. Casey, for instance. All the time he's bawling me out, he's the one that looks guilty, not me. It's like someone else is making him do all this. But who?
Maybe Mickey.
How could it be Mickey? He's just a catcher.
Yeah. There's your phone, Rudy.
Huh?
Aren't you going to answer?
Oh, yeah. Hello? Yeah, this is Rudy. Oh, hi, Mickey. Yeah. Huh? Sure, if you want, huh? Oh? Okay. All right. He says he wants to talk to me in private. Huh. Well, what do you want to talk to me in private for?
Well, you're probably pitching tomorrow. Maybe he wants to talk the game over with you.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's it. Say, you fellas mind waiting in one of your rooms?
No, come on, Jim. Call us when he leaves.
Yeah.
Rudy, if you shake hands with him, count your fingers afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Mickey. Come on in.
Thanks. You're pitching tomorrow, you know. Casey just told me that for sure.
Oh, that's good. I guess if Jim can blank him, so can I, huh?
Yeah, that's what I came to talk to you about, Rudy. Jim and I had some trouble today, you see. He didn't seem to get my signs at all. I asked for a fast one outside, I'd get a curve inside.
Maybe his eyes ain't so good. You know, maybe he needs glasses.
What? Oh, you're serious, aren't you, Rudy? No, his eyes are all right. He just didn't like the way I called him. He wanted to throw him his way.
Yeah, well, I guess it don't matter then, Mickey. Yeah, we won. That's what we wanted to do, wasn't it?
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. But I was talking to Commissar today, Rudy. He was very upset about the way the game went. Blamed me at first till I explained to him that I called him different from the way that Thornton pitched him. So when we got that straightened out, he said to me that he hoped I'd have an understanding with you, Rudy. Said he hoped you'd pitch him the way that I called him. Said he was sure you would because he knew you really liked to play ball. Said he thought you had quite a future, even though you're a southpaw, Rudy. Said it wouldn't surprise him if you went a long way.
See, that was nice of him. I didn't even think he knew who I was. You know, after all, I just come from the Midwestern League.
He knows, Rudy. He's been watching you see. So I hope you won't disappoint him, Rudy, because he's a funny guy, the Commissar. One day he likes you fine, but you cross him up or disappoint him, and he changes. Just like that. All of a sudden, you're suspended, and the next thing you know, you're working on a labor battalion. Like I said, he's a funny guy, that Commissar. Like a woman. Just don't know how you stand with him, unless, of course, you do like he wants you to.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I wanted to talk to you about, Rudy. Just wanted you to know that you're pitching tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mickey. I appreciate it. Night. You can come in now.
Hey, he sure stayed long enough.
What do you want, Rudy?
Oh, nothing. You just want to tell me I'll be pitching the next game?
Nothing else?
No. How about finishing my letter, huh?
Yeah, sure. What else you want to tell her?
Oh, well, I guess you can tell her I'm going to pitch the next one. But just kind of drop it in.
All right, boy.
Look, you don't have to be so down in the mouth about it. I thought you were just itching to get at them Soviets.
Oh, sure.
Well, show a little spirit, boy. A little spirit. You're going to lick 'em, aren't you?
Sure. Now, you can tell her that I'm going to do the best I can. I wish they'd hurry up in there. We ain't wrote my letter to Effie yet.
Oh, Rudy, is that all you think about? Here's the two of us suspended and waiting to see the commissar, and all you can think about is having Eddie write you a letter.
All right, leave him be, Jim. He only wants to write her about the game. After all, she's his girl.
I don't hear no talking in there. Hey, why do you suppose Casey and Mickey Donnelly went in ahead of us? I guess Mickey's telling him, the commissar, how I didn't pitch him the way he signed for, huh? I was all set to, you understand? But when I got on that mile, I began to wind up. Something come over me, and I throwed him like I seen him. Oh, hi, Casey.
Come on in, boys.
Shut the door, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe this is the first time we've met. For your information, my name is Johnson. You may have heard of me. I'm Commissar of Sports. Now, let me see. You there.
Well, who, me?
Yes, you. You're Talmadge, I suppose. I'll take odds you're Talmadge.
You might lose.
No, you fit the description too well. I knew before you came in here that if anyone was to shake his head disapprovingly, it would be you.
Yeah? How'd you know that, Commissar?
Because I'm Commissar of Sports and have to know these things. You're all alike, you big strapping athletes that have just a smidgen of mentality. The Thorntons and the Rudy Ganses don't much trouble me. But you semi-intelligent brutes, you do.
I don't get this. What's he talking about?
It isn't important, Rudy. And don't let that other thing bother you.
What other thing?
The fact that you want to haul off and sock me.
How did you know?
Because, as I said before, I'm Commissar of Sports and have to know these things. That's why I'm not worried about you three lads, in spite of what's happened.
You mean the games?
The games?
Yeah. Us not pitching them the way Donnelly signed for.
Well, I wasn't particularly pleased with your behavior, but that wasn't what I was referring to. Now, I mean this. These charges and allegations concerning you three.
We can't see them from here, Commissar. What are they?
Well, I won't bore you with reading them in toto, but they mostly concern some very nasty business about a payoff.
What kind of payoff? Who pays off to who?
That's right, Talmadge. I knew I could count on you to get us right down to the core of the matter. I like you better all the time. According to these charges, certain gambling elements have paid off you three lads to throw the series.
That's a lie.
Of course it is. There, Casey, you see? What did I tell you? It's a lie. Of course it is.
You're darn tootin' it's a lie. If we was going to throw the series, would we have won 2 games like we did?
No, I expect not. But then, according to these charges, you wouldn't have begun to throw the series until the 3rd game. That would be your game, Talmadge. And you must admit that would be the clever way to do it. Wouldn't it, Talmadge?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you driving at? All this shilly-shallying and sweet talk makes me nervous. Now, what's it all about?
You do get excited, don't you, Talmadge? I've told you all there is. The details are here with proof. It's another Blackstock scandal. Statements of witnesses, canceled checks, confessions from the gamblers involved. Even a note written by Rudy implicating the 3 of you. It was a big mistake, Talmadge. You're not watching Rudy closer. Here, look for yourself.
I am, Commissar. Only I think somebody else made the mistake. This note isn't in my handwriting.
But naturally not. It's Rudy's. It isn't funny, Rudy.
It is from where we're standing, Commissar. Rudy here, he can't even write X's backwards. Eddie writes all his letters for him. Everybody knows that.
What? I'm sorry, Commissar. I would have told you, only I never figured...
Shut up, Donnelly! What are you smirking at, Casey? Get out, both of you! Get out! Get out! It is rather funny, isn't it? Yes, of course. Well, now, we'll just forge a note in your handwriting, Talmadge. That makes it a masterstroke, doesn't it?
What?
Hey, don't force me to call in the guards, Eddie. Then we'd have to go through with this. Think what a blow that would be to baseball. Oh, the game survived the Black Sox scandal. But do you really think it could survive another one? Think of all those kids playing in school diamonds all over the country. Kids that have your pictures pasted up in locker rooms. What are they going to think when they discover that their little tin gods are no more than cheap little tin horns? And what about those women who fill the parks on Ladies' Day, ogling your bulging with all attractive biceps? or the workers who throng the players' gates and welcome an opportunity to shake your hands? Who will want to shake your hands when this ugly business comes to light?
Okay. What deal do we have to make?
The same one you've had all along. Let the Soviet Union win tomorrow, Talmadge. That will make the series 2-1. 3 wins are required. Thereafter, you two will be expected to follow suit. And it doesn't have to be obvious, you know. You can still make it look good to the fans. I have a question, Talmadge.
Suppose we agree. What happens then?
I tear up this folio. There's no gambling scandal, and we're the best of friends. Eddie?
Okay.
Eddie, you mean you're going to throw the game?
Sure. What choice have we got? What'd be the point of a big grandstand play? Who would we be heroes to? Who'd know what we did and why we did it? Once this stuff hit the papers, we'd be bums. This way, we just lost the series. Might as well face it, we don't have choices anymore. Gave that all up when we let these communists take over. That was the time to fight back, not now. All wasted now.
Eddie, you surprise me. You're smarter than I thought. Well, how about you two? Yes or no?
Okay. I guess so.
Then it's done. Would you lads care for the pieces as a souvenir?
No, thanks. You mind if we go now? You interrupted us in the middle of a letter to Rudy's girl, Effie Bell.
Yes, by all means go. Effie Bell must have her letter.
Thanks.
Eddie.
What?
Give Effie Bell my love, won't you?
Sure. Only what would she do with it?
You are listening to The Ball Players, starring James Whitmore. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, Rudy, what do you want?
I just wondering if maybe you'd write my letter to Effie.
What?
Okay, you don't have to. I was only thinking...
jumping catfish, Rudy. Is this any kind of time to be writing letters?
No, I guess not. I just thought it might do something to kind of get our minds off the game, maybe.
Oh, sure. First to the 8th. The score 2-0 in their favor. And you expect a lousy letter to make us happy.
Well, son, at least Rudy's trying. That's more than you say for Talmadge.
Yeah, well, you shut up. You ought to say those things about Eddie. You know that fella. It ain't his fault. It's the way that Danelli's signing. Look, he's always signing for curves when Eddie's best ball is a slider.
Get under it, Ralphie boy. Hey, I don't want to look. What did he do?
Great bagger.
Casey, do we have to have Talmadge in there? He's held him to 3 runs. He's doing all right. Play ball, you guys.
Hey, Casey, Danelli and Talmadge are getting into it again.
Yeah, Casey, don't you think you ought to go out and brief him on the Queensberry rules? Shut up, O'Hanlon. Benny, start warming up. I'm going up there. Hey, Casey, just tell that butcher Talmadge there's some scouts in the Midwestern League looking him over.
I don't care what the agreement was. I'm not going to make myself look that bad. 3 runs is all I'm giving him.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You notice Benny's warming up, don't you?
All right, what's going on here? You two want to get thrown out of the game? What's up, Danelli?
Every time I give him a sign out, he shakes his head no. Who's supposed to know about these batters, him or me?
Look, Casey, he wants me to walk this one. There's 1 man in and a man on first. I get another man on, who knows what'll happen. Why should I get myself in a tight spot?
What's the difference? So maybe they scored, yeah.
Not so loud, you fool.
There's lots of difference. They got 3 runs and just 1 more inning to go. That's enough for them. Why should we look worse than we do, huh, Casey? Answer me that.
Well, all right.
What do you mean, all right?
Look, Danelli, I'm still manager. Eddie's right. Why should we make ourselves look like punks? Go on, Eddie. Pop him out. Thanks, Casey.
I didn't see him kiss and make up, Casey.
For the last time, O'Hanlon, shut up.
Hey, it's a pop-up. Get under it, Dickie. You don't want any beef from Cohen. Hey, look out, you guys.
I got it.
That a boy, Eddie. Dickie, look out. Hey,
Stand back, all of you. Stand back. Give him some air. Well, don't stand there gawking, Talmadge. Go on back in the game.
You aren't going to yank me? What about Benny warming up?
Oh, it's good for his arm. Go on back, like I tell you. You didn't do this on purpose.
No, I didn't.
Sure, Eddie. Now, don't feel bad about it. It could have happened to anyone. Guys are always running each other. It ain't your fault. He conked himself on a cement. He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Now go on out there and whip them Russians.
Yes.
Hey, we're really rolling now, huh, guys? That's 3 men on. Boy, I wish I could get in that lineup. I got that dumb Russian's number. When a curveball of him begins to break before it leaves his hand. It's so slow I could probably write my name and address on it while it's coming up to me. If I can write.
Rudy.
Yeah, Casey.
I want you to go in and pinch hit.
Me pinch hit? With my batting average? You're not yanking Eddie, are you?
No, you're going in for the third baseman just to pinch hit. Come on, let's get out there.
Well, okay, but I can't promise you I'll embase it.
I don't want you to, Rudy. All I want is a bunt, a nice bunt.
What? But it don't make no sense, Casey, to go in and bunt when the bases is loaded.
When did they appoint you manager of this team, Rudy? You just go in and bunt like I tell you.
Okay, Casey. Dance for Brubaker.
Jan, batting for Brubaker.
Okay, Uncle Joe. Better stand back, comrade catcher. I swing pretty wide. Sorry, that wasn't it, comrade.
You're wasting your breath, gang. They don't understand English.
That don't matter to me, umpire. I just like to hear myself talk. Come on, you big horse. Pitch me a good one. That still ain't it. I like him fast, a little bit slow, slightly outside, and through the middle and up a little bit. Strike something. Between the ump. Hey, you comrade. What? Suppose that one landed. Coney Island, maybe? You know, you comrade infielders ought to be playing farther out, so your outfielders can play outside the park. Say there, is it true you're all going to get motorcycles so you can get those long ones? Well, it's the end of the line, comrade. See you in Siberia. Hiya, Casey.
Well, I told you to bunt.
I know you did, Casey. But with all them men on base, I just couldn't do it. Especially the way them Russians was grinning like the game was in a bag. I know you told me, Casey, but I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
All right, Rudy.
I hope I don't get you no trouble, Casey.
It doesn't matter, Rudy. Well, that's the inning. Stands 4-3 now, doesn't it?
Sure, Casey, but why?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Got any instructions for me, Casey?
No, I guess not, Eddie. You just go in and pitch it the way you feel it.
Okay, Casey, I will.
Strikeout! That a boy, Eddie! That's whipping him! Just 2 more like that and it's our game, huh, Jim? What's wrong, Jim?
Look behind you. We got company.
Cops?
Yeah. Hiya, Commissar. You brought quite a gang with you, huh? They all selling tickets to the policeman's ball?
Shut up, Thornton.
Sergeant, postmen at all the entrances.
Yes, sir.
Commissar, I want to explain.
I should hope so, Casey. Is this your doing? How are you leaving Talmadge in there?
Well, who'd I put in? You said not to play Jim or Rudy here.
You have others?
Well, sure. Relievers, bullpen, or Sunday pitchers, but you think that crowd would stand for it with Eddie going so good? He's their favorite. If you yanked him, you'd need a lot more secret police than you got here.
If I were you, Casey, I'd watch myself. Your position isn't that secure, you know.
No, I suppose it isn't.
What's this all about, Jim?
I don't know, Rudy. But if you still want to ride to Effie, I think maybe we better do it now, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. I guess maybe we better go. Another strikeout! Did you see that, Jim?
Yeah, I saw it. I'm all set, Rudy.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, dear Effie, this is going to be a short one. But I wanted you to know something. I don't know how to write, Effie. Or read, even.
Rudy, you sure you want to tell her that?
Yeah. Now just put it down, please, Jim, like I say.
Okay, Rudy.
Someone else been writing these letters for me. But I didn't mean nothing by it, kid, honest. I was just doing it so as I could lead up to asking you a certain question. But, well, who knows, kid, what's going to happen.
Rudy, he did it! We win, boy! It's our series!
Yeah, it's our series. It's our series, all right, Effie. But I guess you'll read all about it in the papers. So long, kid.
Is that all, Rudy?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, Commissar, it's over, ain't it?
I'm afraid it is, Gans. Casey, clear the rest of the team out of here. I want to have some words with your pitching staff.
Sure. Sorry, Rudy, Jim. Sorry, Irvin, you know.
That's okay, Casey.
Forget it. A very touching scene, gentlemen. Oh, here comes the conquering hero.
Eddie, boy, you did it, didn't you? Yep, I did it. Hello, Commissar. Glad you could make the game. Hope you weren't disappointed.
Frankly, Talmadge, I was. I had great many plans for you. I was beginning to like you, Eddie. I don't understand. What did you hope to gain by this?
Not a thing.
Then why did you do it?
I just wanted to see what it was like to make a choice again.
Well, I hope it was worth it, because you leave me no choice at all. The three of you are far too unreliable politically. I expect you've all heard of Leavenworth, the penitentiary?
No, Commissar. They got a ball team there?
Always the joker, eh, Thornton? No, I don't believe they do. But very shortly, I think they will have quite a pitching staff. All right, take them away.
Yes, Commissar. Come on.
Oh, Commissar.
Yes?
Would you mind mailing my letter to Effie?
Why, no, Rudy. Not at all. Not at all.
You have just heard what happens to an athlete under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American athlete if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the forward line of a world champion amateur hockey team. It did happen to three Czechoslovak athletes, Vladimir Zabrodsky, Stanislav Konopashek, Václav Rosinak. These three athletes were arrested and thrown into prison for being politically unreliable. You have been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring James Whitmore as Rudy Gans in The Ball Players. The Ball Players was written for If Freedom Failed by John Blehost, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tonight from historic West Point, the Columbia Network starts a series of 6 broadcasts designed to help the War Department's campaign to make our soldiers not only the best equipped, but best informed fighting men in the entire world. In every camp in the United States and in every outpost throughout the world, soldiers of our Army are listening to this broadcast. Each Thursday night at this time, CBS will visit an Army outpost to broadcast a talk by experts on causes, issues, and strategy of war. Edward R. Murrow is tonight's speaker, and the remaining participants in the 6-week series will be Lee White, William L. Shirer, Herbert Agar, Quentin Reynolds, and Sergeant York. Now Major General F.B. Wilby is about to introduce tonight's speaker to the 1,500 enlisted men, cadets, and officers gathered in the War Department Theater. General Wilby.
Ladies and gentlemen, officers and ladies of the post, enlisted men stationed here at West Point, we are happy to have with us at West Point tonight one of the great correspondents of the Second World War, Mr. Edward R. Morrow, Chief of the European News Staff of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. Morrow, amid the hail of Nazi bombs on the British capital, gave us a vivid picture of that great wounded city weathering a new kind of war. Tonight, Mr. Morrow makes what may be his last public appearance in this country before returning to London. He speaks to you at West Point and by radio to American soldiers in all posts in this country and overseas. His subject, the road to war. Mr. Morrow.
General Wilby, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rather frightening. Twice in the last 10 minutes, someone has come out here and urged you to react in some way, to laugh or applaud, and you have almost been invited to sleep. If you do, it will be no new experience. Because during the nights of heavy raids in London, we worked from an underground studio, and it was not at all uncommon for our friends to come down and sleep quite comfortably while we did a broadcast to the United States. Well, gentlemen, we have 12 and a half minutes in which to traverse the highway to war. And since the beginnings of that highway go back some 25 years, we shall have to proceed at a rate of something like 2 years per minute. We might begin this sorry tale with the League of Nations, or with Manchuria, or with Abyssinia or the Rhineland, non-intervention in Spain or the rape of Austria. Perhaps it would be better to start with the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, or even the German-Russian Pact. But it would be, I think, a mistake to place undue emphasis upon any single incident. There are certain landmarks that keep appearing and reappearing on this highway to war. If we look back at each crisis, each period of tension, we observe familiar terrain. This long and miserable road is littered with broken promises, irresolute policies, and the ghosts of timid statesmen who failed to recognize their enemies and who underestimated the strength of their opponents. Manchuria fell to the Japanese because there was no unity between London and Washington. The Italians overran Abyssinia because the democracies sought refuge in words and sanctions they failed to apply. Austria died without battle because she had committed the crime of being small. Czechoslovakia went down betrayed by her friends. Men and women in the so-called democracies said the Germans were fanatics, and they failed to remember the strength of fanaticism. In France, in Britain, and in the United States, people laughed at the policy of guns instead of butter. We failed to understand that the Germans would use those guns to go and get the butter, our butter. Each time Hitler mouthed his last territorial demand, some people believed him, failing to realize that there is no truce and there can be no compromise with the totalitarian mind. All along this highway to war, we may see the faces of men and women who didn't want to be disturbed, who feared to make sacrifices and grave decisions. We were in a valley with few heroic men and few heroic measures. Men began to say, is there any conviction worth fighting for? We became experts at delay and evasion and self-delusion. We were turning out of our institutions of higher learning, though certainly not out of this institution, men and women with a sense of privilege rather than a sense of responsibility. The objective was to gain a higher standard of living at the cost of the society that had made possible the superior intellectual training. So far as the rest of the world was concerned, we were putting on a cheap veneer of easy cynicism. We were sitting back behind our oceans with a holier-than-thou expression, saying, "Look at those miserable Europeans. What a mess they're making of things again." None of us can avoid some share of the blame for that sleep stumbling through a world where bestial brigands were seizing power and plotting our downfall. Their plans were poured into a mold labeled "When War Comes." Our plans were made on the basis of "If War Comes." There was never a time when the forces of decency and democracy could not have cried halt. But we feared, and we failed to exercise our power, for we were men of little faith. Minds became dull and numbed as a result of repeated tales of horror and bloodletting. The democracies retreated from the world leadership, and they were devoured one by one. I wandered about Europe and watched it happen. Most of you will remember the tales about how the German tanks and armored cars broke down and littered the highways leading to Vienna. How the German High Command failed to reach its objective on schedule, even when they were occupying a country without resistance. Those stories were not true. Those of us who were there at the time knew they were false and said so. But the world preferred to believe the stories of obsolete equipment and inadequate planning. It was more comfortable so. Refusal to admit German planning and German power made it possible to postpone unpleasant decisions and sacrifices. Those who told of the suicides and the beatings in Vienna on those days and nights were labeled warmongers. And after all, people said, weren't the Austrians Germans? And perhaps they wanted the Germans to come in. We failed to understand the scope of the plan and the ruthlessness of the men who were executing it. When Czechoslovakia was tramped in the gutter, most of us preferred to pass by on the other side of the road. Let no one say that Mr. Chamberlain failed in those days to act in accordance with the wishes of the majority. The British didn't want war, and he avoided it. When that announcement came out of Munich, there was a sigh of relief throughout the island. There were many expressions of regret at the price that would be paid by Czechoslovakia. But many of us failed to realize that Britain and France and Poland and the Low Countries and the United States would pay part of that price, too. Payment was merely postponed, for there was no truce, and there can be no compromise. In the years that followed Munich, the people of Britain came to realize that. And when on that sunny Sunday morning, Mr. Chamberlain, employing an understatement, said, "It is evil things we will be fighting against," there was almost a sigh of relief went through that island from Land's End to John O'Groats. The recurring crises and periods of tension had passed, and the issue had been joined, and there would be no more retreating. At least, that's what we thought. But the war didn't come at once. The German armies crunched through Poland, while friends of mine sat at that shortwave transmitter on a little wooded knoll outside Warsaw and asked for the help that never came. After the Germans had overrun the rich black earth of Poland, there was a lull. Nothing happened. Some called it a phony war, others a sitzkrieg. In Britain there was darkness, but the war seemed almost remote. In the early spring, the Germans struck at Norway. The British hastily assembled an expeditionary force, but Norway was lost. I talked with many of those men who came back from Norway. Their story was the same as that of the men who later came back from Dunkirk, from Greece, and from Crete. They said, "Where were our aircraft? Why did our anti-aircraft guns arrive without predictors? Why was it on May 10th, when the German armies came scything up through Belgium, there was not a single round of armor-piercing ammunition available to the British forces on the continent?" It was because the planning had been inadequate and the estimate of the enemy had been incorrect. After France fell, there came the Battle of Britain. And day after day, the German planes came over the island. They came at night as well. I remember one morning talking with a sergeant from an anti-aircraft battery in Hyde Park. And the guns had been hot all night, and the streets had been full of the raving roar of guns. And I asked him if he'd hit anything. And he said, spent all night shooting at nothing and hitting it every time. Even on the darkest days, the British retained their sense of humor, and they fought this war in a fashion that was grim and gay. One night they knocked the glass out of about 3 blocks, an area of 3 blocks. The next morning a little cockney with a scarf and a greasy cap was sweeping up the broken glass with a big push broom. A crowd gathered to watch him. He suddenly stopped and twirled that big broom in the air and said, "Hitler's blinking housemaid." That's me. That was on a morning when many men, save Englishmen, despaired of England's life. We, on the other hand, sent them lease land material. But it was a bitter thing to go down to a city on the morning after a raid, read a little box in the local paper reporting that another 10 or 20,000 American workmen had gone out on strike. We were retreating from our responsibilities. We would all have understood our responsibilities. We'd had an opportunity to talk with the men who came to that island from Norway, from Holland, from France, men who literally sought liberty or death. Well, the first question they asked, and they were asking it before we entered this war, was what of the United States? Because they knew that we were their sole source of promise and of hope, and that the decisions would be ours. It is clear, I think, that we have traveled a highway from neutrality and indifference through cash and carry, lease lend, to Pearl Harbor. As a nation, we have argued and debated each step of the way. That's our tradition. Great nations do not go to war lightly, for wars are much easier to start than to stop, as our enemies will discover. The road to peace is obscured by the smoke of battle. Certainly it will be no easy road to travel. Men and nations may fall by the wayside. But in the end of the day, at the end of the road, we shall break the hearts of those people who plan to enslave us. This is a test of wills. Our enemies have won great victories, and these victories have been due not alone to a superiority in tanks, aircraft, and equipment. They have been stronger in arms because they were stronger in heart. Our faith must be greater than their faith. We shall reach the end of this highway not only as a result of superior firepower, but as a result of greater appetite.
That was Edward R. Murrow speaking to officers, cadets, and soldiers at West Point on the road to war. First in a series of 6 from Army camps on What Are We Fighting For? American soldiers in every corner of the globe are listening to this broadcast. Next Thursday at this same time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Lee White will be heard from Fort George Meade, Maryland on the war to date. John Tillman speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, Suspense is dedicated to the crusade for freedom. It is a true story in which it has been necessary to change the names of all principal participants in order that their survivors still imprisoned may live. So now, starring Charlotte Lawrence and Sam Edwards, here is tonight's suspense play, Listen, Young Lovers.
It was in Czechoslovakia a year ago, a high-vaulted room in a prison's turret, the city of Prague. There was a boy named Hinrich, and he was 21, and until this morning he'd been a student at the communist-controlled university. And now he faced his inquisitors. Go to the window, Yenrik.
Go on, Yenrik. Go to the window.
Now, down there. Do you see the automobiles?
The automobiles. Do you see them? Yenrik? Yenrik?
Yes, I see them.
And the people?
Yes. And the building of the Ministry of War?
Yes.
Therefore, they exist. Because you see them.
You understand, Yenrik?
Please. Yes, what is it?
Comrades. Of course, we are all comrades, Yenrik.
This comrade, for example.
Yes?
You see his medals?
Certainly, because they exist.
And his sword?
Yes.
His head?
Yes.
His mind? Comrade, his mind. Or this comrade's mind. Or this...
Oh, you should not have hit Yenrik, comrade.
Comrade Stefan.
Yes?
And why does he look out the window now? What is he searching for?
Shall we have you shot, Yenrik? Or is expulsion enough? What do you think, comrades?
Shoot him.
What was the book you were caught with, Yenrik?
Varieties of Religious Experiences by Henry James.
Western philosophy?
Have him shot.
Shoot him, have him shot. Blood and blood and blood. Yenrik.
Yes?
To kill you would be to fail. You are clever. You think. Therefore, if you are clever for us, thought for us, we could win. Therefore, did either of you comrades have a thing to say? Good. Therefore, Yenrik, for us to win you, the West will have lost you. Therefore, a victory for us, for communism. So go home. Go home and purge your mind. In about a day, I think, come to me and say to me, I am ready. Teach me to think. Teach me what you want me to know. Go home, Yenrik.
And for this they expelled you? For daring to read, for daring to think, to taste of a knowledge...
For this, Mulata.
But you are a student.
Student and violator. Scholar and heretic. Sinner who stood before his inquisitors and... You should have seen their faces, Mulata.
No.
No. Not gentle Mulata. No beautiful Mulata. No child Mulata.
Yenrik?
Yes.
This that they have done to you,
Yes.
after it will come arrest and torture and imprisonment and the labor camp
Mulata.
and death, as it came to Miklos, who was also a student, who also read of alien philosophies, who also tasted
Mulata.
of death. Death!
Stop it! It will not be so. It will not.
You must go away from here.
I will not leave you, Mulata.
You must. You must.
Listen to me. Only to my voice, and to nothing else. Not to fear, nor to horror, nor to the madness around us. Only to me. I love you, and I will not go from you. And we will marry as we had planned.
When you've finished your studies.
I will find something else to do here. Not a student, laborer then. Or shopkeeper, or beggar. There will be something else. We will make a life.
Out of what? Out of terror, out of darkness,
No
out
more.
of...
We speak of it no more, Mulata. What time is it?
It is almost the hour.
Turn on the radio, then. Lower. Turn it lower.
Yenrik,
Yes?
come here to me. Close to me. Sit with me. Watch the fall of night. And hold me.
Mulata. Gentle Mulata.
This is the voice of free Czechoslovakia.
and the voice of Radio Free Europe, bringing you the news of the free world, bringing you the knowledge that you are not forgotten, and the hope of your future liberation. The voice now of free Czechoslovakia. This is Password Little Garden. Dear Mother, we know these are the worst times you have ever lived through, but you must believe that one day we will see you again. This is Password Hephaestus, calling my friends from the Krumlov area. The border crossing was hard and exhausting, but it was a success. Now I am well, and I see true freedom. Tonight, as we promised, we're going to tell you about the Free Europe College in Strasbourg. Like Radio Free Europe, the college is maintained by the voluntary contributions of the American people. It is for students who have escaped from the Soviet orbit, from Soviet tyranny, from Soviet terror.
You hear, Henry?
For students who have fled across the border and come to Germany.
Yes.
Where they have found the climate of freedom and of learning.
Henrik, why have you turned it off? Why?
I thought I heard a step on the stairs in the hall. Yes, I did hear. Turn on the light, Milana, quickly.
Well, perhaps it is only the man who lives up...
Stepan.
Comrade Stepan, who was walking the streets in loneliness and in regret, and who thought to call on a friend, on a comrade. May I?
Come in. You know Milana.
Of course. You brought her once to the university, and her sweet young face made such an impression amongst us. We talked of it, of you, of your lovely fiancée, Milana.
Why are you here?
I told you. It was a night of loneliness and of regret. Oh, how harsh we were with him, Milana, with your love. How almost brutal. What savage blows we struck against his sensitive brain. And I became concerned for him. But sure, young man, a man of intellect, of perception. And see him, see his face. How he knows I lie. How he knows I have no concern for him, nor pity, nor rage. But you, Milana, you have such emotions for him, and love also. Then tell him, convince him, take his hand, and lead him back to us with your young love. For this, that one day and soon your gentle arms will not have to cradle his corpse. Tomorrow, Yenrik, and we will welcome you back with such warmth and joy. Good night, Yenrik. Milana?
Yenrik.
Yes?
What was said on the radio. The Free Europe College in Strasbourg. For those who escape.
I cannot.
You must. You will.
Not without you.
Then with me. If not alone, with me.
It is 300 miles. 300 miles of guards and border patrols, informers and dogs. Wilderness, hunger, hiding.
With me. With me. Yenrik.
Yes. Yes, but it must be now, immediately now. Get your coat, a scarf for your hair. If you have candy bars.
Yes.
Quickly, Milana, quick.
Yes. My scarf, my coat, candy bars, and this. Take it, Yenrik.
What is it?
The same that I have for myself. A small bottle of liquid, a poison that is kept here for insects and vermin.
Milana.
If we are caught, we will drink it. Together we will drink it. And this way they will never separate us. This way we need never leave each other.
Yes. A thing they had talked about for a long time, now decided. But how to get to freedom. No passports, so they dare not trust trains nor other public conveyances. Nothing but their feet to carry them. Two sweethearts out for a casual stroll. So they walked. Prague to Kladno. Across the Vltava River, swollen by spring rains. To Braslice, and close to the border now. Lonely paths through the mountain roads and across fields. To the young lovers, almost a pleasant adventure. Almost. Run! Run! Don't talk. See, there near the wall. The straw. We will rest.
Now go home. Back to the house, son. When the colt will be born, I will call you and you will name it.
You move.
Not yet, friend of mine? Then what shall we name your colt? My son wants to know. Ludmilla? And if a stallion, shall we name... Out! Out! Or with this pitchfork? Let me look at you. Step closer to the light. Two of you. Two of you now.
We're not thieves.
No?
Truly, we're not thieves.
Then what?
Hikers.
Throw down your papers then, so I'll know it. Well?
There are no papers.
Refugees?
Yes.
From what?
Terror.
The government of Czechoslovakia?
Yes.
I throw down the pitchfork, or whatever symbol you wish to make of it. I am your friend.
Oh, great.
Hush, hush. Now, listen to me.
Yes?
Sleep. And at dawn I'll wake you with directions to the border which is nearby. And there is a guard I know who is there. And I will send you to him, and he is a friend. And he will show you how to get into Germany. I envy your courage. Halt! Raise your arms over your head.
Do not there. You are Radek? The guard?
I am Radek. Come forward. And you are the two who slept in my friend's barn. The pretty young girl and her young man. The refugees.
Yes. He said you would be our friend. Radek, show us how we could get into Germany. And for this we are...
You are what?
Grateful. Because he was kind. As you are kind.
And the final act of kindness. You are under arrest.
No.
Yes, I say it. You are under arrest.
You are listening to Listen, Young Lovers, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
For 70 million captive people in Soviet satellite Europe, the only source of truth is news from the outside world. The powerful, dependable, truthful broadcasts of Radio Free Europe keep this lifeline open. Sponsor a minute of truth behind the Iron Curtain. Radio Free Europe broadcasts up to 20 hours of truth a day to Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, and Poland. 70 million people in the Soviet satellite countries who once knew and loved freedom are depending on you. Send your truth dollars to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Remember, truth is what the Kremlin fears most. Help wield the free world's strongest weapon.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Sam Edwards and Charlotte Lawrence, starring in tonight's production, Listen, Young Lovers, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Betrayal. Escape to freedom, which was a thing of loneliness and of sobbing and of storm, halted now and betrayed, made futile by a man who had given them a night's sleep in his barn and spoke gently of refugees and of courage and of help to be had from his friend, the guard. And while they slept, informed to the man of the automatic rifle who stood guard on the Czech-German border, who was communist, who was called Radek.
Lambs. Lost little lambs to have huddled in his barn from the storm, to have believed in such as him, to come so innocent to the slaughter, to Radek.
And you would kill?
You, if you try something. Her with a pretty young face. Not her, perhaps, if a tear fell on such soft cheek. Come, move, move.
Where do you take us?
To the hut there, where there is phone. I call the proper authorities. Tell them Radek has snared 2 more.
Radek. Radek.
How you say my name? And without fright.
The thing you said.
What thing?
That you would kill him.
If he wants it, if he must pretend to you he is a hero.
He is no hero.
Good.
Not a hero. Something else.
Milana.
Something else you are. Coward and traitor. Student who is superior to all around him. And arrogant. And looks down upon those around him.
Upon you, little one. Upon such prettiness as you. Pretty one.
Henrik.
Run, Milana, run!
The trick and run. Run across the border into eastern Germany. And keep running. And behind them the shouts of clamor and the braying of dogs. And like animals hide. Run again into darkness. And under the shield of night, exhausted sleep. Dawn then, and the highlands of eastern Germany to walk, and the forests of Bomerwald. Dangerous to walk the roads because they spoke no German, therefore easily recognized as foreigners, easily arrested. And not dare ask for food, but walk where wilderness is, wander the bogs of Thuringerwald, and dig for food.
Henrik, I have found another.
Good. We will have a feast. Here, Milana, under the tree.
Shelter, warmth, food, and with my love. What more to ask?
Freedom. Eat.
I do not want to eat.
You must. These berries, and garnished with roots. And after, we will hunt for... Lie close to the ground, very close, and do not utter a sound. Breathe into the earth.
Kaninchen. Kleine, wilde Kaninchen aus dem Wald. Und ich bin der Jäger und ich habe euch gefunden und gefangen. Steht auf! Auf! Und ich töte euch.
We are refugees. We are not dangerous.
Sie sprechen. Der wilde Kaninchen.
He doesn't understand us, Milana.
Der wilde Kaninchen.
As if you were mad. But his pistol, he holds it so close to your face. He will kill you. He will.
Ich habe euch vom Wald aus beobachtet.
What? I do not...
gerade essen. So. Hungry.
Oh, he is hungry. The signs he makes.
Give them to him. Give him the roots and the berries.
Take them.
Nein.
Please take
Nein.
them. Oh, you are hungry. Take them. We will find others.
Oh. Danke. Danke.
By now, they'd lost all track of time. Some days they covered as much as 10 or 15 miles. Other days they knew they were lost and had to retrace their steps. And always there was the hunger, and always the feeling somehow that the trip would never end.
I can't go on. I can't.
Milana.
I can't. You go. You can make it.
No. No, listen.
What?
Listen. Can you hear it?
A car.
We must be near a highway. We'll ask someone for a ride.
Yes. No.
But we...
No. Suppose if it is communists who stop for us. Immediately there will be questions.
And there are always the bottles, Milana. The bottles of poison. We'll die together, and that will be our victory.
Yes.
Then come.
Henrik?
Yes?
Pray.
Yes.
Was there ever such a prayer? That a vehicle should come by? That the driver of the vehicle be not a communist? that the driver be not a communist.
Please, will you give us a ride?
Oh, Sie sprechen nicht Deutsch?
Nein. We don't speak German. We're Czech.
The children. Get into the wagon. Quickly. The car is coming. Get down on the floor. The car approaching as a spotlight. It's a patrol car. Quickly, quickly. Over there. You see it? The bridge?
Yes.
Now is the best time to cross it. Dawn. We don't know how to thank you. Driving all night.
Oh, no, it is I who should thank you. To give me the opportunity to kill Pindle, whatever flame of protest. Now listen, children. Take advantage of the trees along the road. Go from one to the other. Then the bridge. Then the American zone. And then freedom. God bless you both and be at your side. Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Quickly now, across the road. Now, as the woman said, from tree to tree.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now.
Look at the bridge. Guards. 2 guards. Russians.
Walking their post. And across the bridge is freedom. Across the bridge is life.
Yes.
While the guards are walking away.
Yes.
Milana, get up quickly before the guards see you.
My ankle. I tried.
I'll help you. Arm around my shoulder.
Oh, I can't. I must have broken it.
The Russian guards. They've seen us.
Run, beloved, run.
Not without you.
Leave me.
The bottle.
Leave me.
I will drink of mine.
Oh, beloved.
No separation. No torture.
Yes. And I will drink of mine.
We are Estonia. Pojďme se mnou. Hey, what's happened here? What's the matter?
2 young people. Too much whiskey.
What do you think, Sarge? They're on our side of the bridge.
Please?
We'll take care of them.
But they are our people.
Our side of the bridge, Commissar. See the marker? Our side.
But they
You help the girl, Nolan. I'll take care of the guy.
But
Knock it off, Jack. Our side of the bridge. They belong to us. What's the matter, sis? Too much of the booze?
Poison.
What?
Poison.
Yeah. Poison, she said. Yeah. The guy, too. Come on, let's get a move on.
Radio Free Europe, brought to you by your friends in America. The voice now of Free Czechoslovakia.
This is Password Greenbauer, calling our friends in the area of Prague. My friend and I have married. We attend now the Free Europe College in Strasbourg. Students who escaped the Russian orbit are welcome here. We wait for you with open arms.
There is freedom here, and the teaching of ideas. Free ideas for which millions have been and are still ready to die. I hold out my hand to all of you.
And this is Password Traviata, calling Yelava region. Greetings and remembrances to all our dear friends. We wait for you. We greet you from a free world.
Suspense, in which Charlotte Lawrence and Sam Edwards starred in tonight's presentation of Listen, Young Lovers. Next week, a story of a ghost town and a practical joke that wasn't. We call it Hollywood Hostages. That's next week on Suspense. Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Listen, Young Lovers was adapted for suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin from the report of David Cameron. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Edith Ann Gold, Victor Perrin, Frank Goss, Joseph Kearns, Jim Nusser, Herb Butterfield, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, Leonard Weinrib, and Joe Cranston.
You can find in your favorite newspaper full factual accounts of happenings from all over the world. But no such service waits for the 70 million captive people behind the Iron Curtain. Their papers, like their rulers, are puppets, top-heavy with red propaganda and distortions. To learn the truth, these people look to Free Europe Press, coming in by balloon from the outside world. You can help spread this truth and help these captive millions who once knew freedom. Send your truth dollars for Free Europe Press to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in political optimism. These Precious Premises.
Midnight. Midnight. December the 2nd, 1851. 20 years after Tocqueville visited America. And this city, sleeping in the winter night, is Paris, still ancient and disordered, her great squares and boulevards still unbuilt. But the man who is to build them is behind that lamplit window, working at his desk. He is short and unimpressive. He wears a large mustache and a small beard. He has a big nose and little eyes. He has a sort of immobility of features as he sits quietly with his head on one side. He has a good-natured smile, although one of his friends once caught him with a tiger-like expression that frightened her speechless. But never mind, he conquered himself in the instant and was kind again. Look at him carefully. Remember him well. He is the President of the Republic of France, and he is contriving schemes to appeal to the people of France to elect him their emperor in a thoroughly democratic plebiscite. The tendency to be elected emperor evidently runs in the family, for this man's name is Charles-Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, and he is the nephew of the great Napoleon. The 2nd of December, the most glorious day in the history of imperial France. On the 2nd of December, 1806, Napoleon the Uncle won his greatest victory on the field of Austerlitz. His enemies were Austria and Russia. But Louis Napoleon the nephew is not without his victories, for on the 2nd of December, 1851, Louis Napoleon has won his greatest victory, and his enemies were the laws and the liberty of France. Midnight in Paris on the anniversary of Austerlitz. Leave the lighted window behind which President Louis Napoleon schemes for the imperial crown. Cross this still medieval city to this building, also showing some lights. Armed sentries outside show that there are valuables inside. These are the members of the Chamber of Deputies, the freely elected representatives of France. There, behind that window, is the Vice President of the Assembly of France, Alexis Charles-Henri Maurice Clerel, Comte de Tocqueville. But this great building, full of deputies, is not the legislative chamber. It is a jail. The deputies of France are in prison, and the President has put them there.
All quiet?
All quiet. You're late.
Did none of them make any fuss?
No, these are the members of the Chamber of Deputies. They're not the kind of people that make a fuss in prison. They're above all that sort of thing.
Someone down the corridor's got the candle burning still.
Oh, that one. That's Le Comte de Tocqueville. He's the one that went to America and brought back a lot of American ideas about prisons. Solitary cells.
Well, I hope he likes it. Give him a taste of his own medicine. That'll teach him to plot against our government. See you tomorrow morning.
Right. You shouldn't have any trouble. These aren't your ordinary jailbirds, remember. Good night.
Good night.
To us who come later, this is an old story. The coup d'etat. Power in the hands of the savior and liberator of the country. The elected representatives accused of plotting against the president, against the Constitution, against liberty, against anything you please, so long as the dictator gets his vote. For always we have seen the plebiscites, the referendums, the spontaneous 99% votes, despotism purified by the trappings of democracy. Tocqueville looks across vast sleeping Paris and thinks of Louis Napoleon, elected president by 5.5 million votes to 1.5 million, and within a year to be elected Emperor Napoleon III by an even greater majority. Tocqueville stares at France, voting away her freedom, and remembers his words of a few years before.
Nowadays, men have two conflicting passions. They want to be free, but they want to be led. They try to have both at once. They devise a government that is paternal and all-powerful, but it is elected by the people. This gives them a respite. After an election, they console themselves for being in tutelage by the reflection that they have chosen their own guardians. By this system, the people shake off their state of dependence just long enough to select their master and then fall back into it again. Oh, I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it.
Busy at his desk, Louis Napoleon is thinking, too, those honeyed words that we who come later have heard so many times, in so many places, in so many languages, under flags and shirts of every imaginable color. In 1851, it's Louis Napoleon's turn.
People of France, I am your deputy and your leader. Make me your overlord, and I will rule for your good and in your name. I do not need the leaders, but I must have the people. As the Emperor used to say, men who have changed the universe have never succeeded by converting the leaders, but always by influencing the masses.
We have had in France in the last 40 years every form of anarchy and despotism, but never anything resembling a democratic republic. Well, we scarcely believe ourselves worthy of the freedom enjoyed by other nations. After all, political liberty is a food hard to digest. Only the most robust constitutions can support it. But when it comes, even mixed with other institutions, it gives the whole social body a vigor and energy that surprise even those who are expecting the most from it.
For after all, the sleeping city, the sleeping country, the world itself is not populated with either animals or angels, but men. A mixture of both. And Tocqueville is always prepared to take them not as they ought to be, but as they are.
Men in general are neither very good nor very bad, but average. Since we haven't got angels, we can attach ourselves to nothing greater and more worthy of our devotion than our own kind. And therefore, there is but one great goal that merits the efforts of man. That is the good of humanity.
Those who do not trust the human race think differently, and we who come later know their denunciations so well. They are all traitors but me. I am the only man you can trust. I tell you so myself. The new despotism, born of democracy, must have its votes. Everything must be done legally. Everything must be sanctioned by a vote, a plebiscite, a referendum. Then the road is clear. We who come later recognize the now familiar picture of the strong man pretending to be led by the people.
Well, sir, I saw your light still burning.
Yes, I have been writing.
Well, we've got no orders to stop you doing that.
I hope not.
If you behave yourselves, I shouldn't be surprised if you gentlemen aren't let out again tomorrow. The president just wants to teach you a lesson, you know.
Louis Napoleon wants to teach all of us a lesson.
You're the one that visited America, aren't you? Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville?
Yes, I visited America 20 years ago.
Louis Napoleon went to America, too.
I know. Just after I was there.
I wonder if he thought the same as you did.
Evidently not. Louis Napoleon wishes to govern us all himself. But I saw how America presents for the solution of this great question of freedom some very precious premises. They have faith in human perfectibility. Each man regards himself as interested in public security and in the functioning of the laws. Instead of counting on the police, he counts only on himself. In America, public force is everywhere, but it never shows itself. The Republic is everywhere, in the streets as well as in the Congress.
That seems hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, I assure you, how the American people keeps itself in order through the single conviction that its only safeguard against itself lies in itself.
Is this the sort of thing you deputies were trying to suggest for us?
Not at all. The simple and logical institutions of America would not suit a great nation like this, which needs a strong internal government and a fixed foreign policy. A people, to be republican, must be poised, religious, and very enlightened. American democracy demands of the people who adopt it a long practice in freedom and a mass of true enlightenment that is only acquired rarely and after a long time. All the same, it's a fine thing.
And I am very sorry that the moral and physical constitution of man forbids him to obtain it everywhere and for always.
Do you want this sort of democracy in France?
Alas, in France, there is more genius than common sense and more heroism than virtue. I'm afraid American democracy is not easy to transplant. So far, it has combined equality and liberty. And these two things do not always go together.
Well, Louis Napoleon saw America, and evidently he didn't like it. I'm tired of all this talk about democracy and liberty. I want to see a strong government and the country great again. I'd like to see a second empire. Louis Napoleon will give us back authority. He'll give us back national morality.
Give us back authority? Can you believe for a moment that to use the means that have been used and to do what has been done will give us back authority? Don't you see that he is destroying all authority except his own? Do you believe that you can give back morality by giving the world the most glaring example of trickery, violence, and perjury? Triumphing in the acclamation wrested by fear from the educated and respectable people?
It doesn't make me afraid.
It doesn't make me afraid either, but he's trying to. That is why we are getting a little taste of jail. And national morality. Do you think that will be established by violating all the laws? By the sight of the country's best men in prison vans? Simply for the crime of having been faithful to their commissions and to the laws of their country?
I see you deputies in prison, but you aren't the country's best men.
You elected us. You chose us. If we are not, the fault is yours.
You blame the voters, I blame the deputies. You wait and see who we vote for next, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville. It will be Louis Napoleon, the Second Empire. Good night, sir. And consider yourself very lucky to get off with nothing but a warning.
It is hopeless. The French peasant has never understood the working of free institutions. Perhaps I should go into exile. Perhaps back to America, where I first saw equality and democracy at work. America. 20 years ago, I set foot on those far-off shores. Even then, I foresaw democracy for the whole world. Equality without limits. I knew that France would stomach it very badly, but I was sure we would be pushed into it. All the efforts to halt it were only temporary. The progress of equality is a fact which a government can regulate, yes, but it cannot stop. And many Frenchmen want absolute equality under one man, which is not liberty, though it may be democracy. Another visitor at this time of night. Good night, sir. Or rather, good morning.
Good morning, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville.
May I have the honor?
I am a captain in the army. I am in charge of the garrison. I am ordered to ask if there is anything you need.
Only liberty.
Liberty? I think you will be released tomorrow. One day is not much hardship.
One day? Will the assembly ever meet again under Louis Napoleon?
I hope not.
You hope not?
France is tired of talk. We need a strong man. You know, Monsieur le Comte, I was a drummer boy at Austerlitz under the Emperor. Liberty has poisoned the world. I want to see our country great. I want glory.
Do you not fear despotism?
No.
Even despots don't deny the value of liberty. But they want to keep it all to themselves. They say the rest of us are unworthy of it.
Perhaps we are.
Perhaps. But the difference between a despot and myself is not in our opinion of liberty, but in our judgment of mankind.
We have equality and democracy. When we have glory as well, there will be no further chatter about liberty. Even you, Monsieur le Comte, will be content. You will have order and peace instead.
No, sir. I shall always love liberty. And I am not one of those who are ready to sell free will and our laws for the sake of sleeping safely in their beds. There are enough of them already, but I dare to prophesy that they will never accomplish anything great or durable. I long to see liberty in all the political institutions of my country. But at the same time, I respect justice. I love order and law. I have so deep and so reasonable an attachment for morality and religious beliefs that I cannot but believe that people will see plainly in me a liberal of a new kind and will not confuse me with the majority of Democrats of our day.
Are you too good even for your own party, Monsieur Lecomte?
No, Captain. But I know that the upper classes are distrustful of liberty. The lower classes inclined to license. That is France.
I saw the glory of Austerlitz. Louis Napoleon acted yesterday on the anniversary of Austerlitz. That is enough for me. That is all the liberty I need. Frankly, I don't understand why you have this exaggerated affection for what is, after all, only a convenience. Possibly you acquired it in America.
The love of liberty? It was because I loved liberty that I went to America to see if it would be destroyed by democracy and equality.
And your conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Then perhaps you love liberty because you have read too many books.
Captain, many men have loved liberty. Still, you have asked a good question, and I have often asked myself, what is the source of that passion for political freedom, which in all ages has been the fruitful mother of the greatest things which mankind has achieved? It's evident, you see, that when nations are badly run, they readily conceive the wish to govern themselves. But a love of independence which only springs up under the influence of the evils produced by despotism is never lasting.
Why not?
It passes away with the accident that gives rise to it. What seems to be the love of freedom is only the hatred of a master.
Men love freedom because they think it will bring them advantages.
It is very true in the long run that freedom always brings to those who know how to keep it ease, comfort, and even wealth. But there are times at which it disturbs for a season the possession of those blessings. There are other times when despotism alone can confer their enjoyment, even though it may be passing.
Then let us have despotism. The word does not frighten me. Some even call the emperor a despot.
But don't you feel a love of liberty for herself alone? This is what I'm trying to say. Freedom has native charms, independent of her gifts.
What?
The pleasure, the very great pleasure of speaking, acting, and breathing without restraint, under no master but God and the law. He who seeks in freedom anything but herself is only fit to serve.
You follow nothing but a word.
And many have done so. There are whole nations who have pursued freedom through every sort of peril and hardship. They didn't love her for her material gifts. They regard freedom herself as a gift so precious and so necessary that no other could console them for the loss of that which consoles them for the loss of everything else.
In your case, Monsieur Lecomte, your taste for freedom is undisciplined and unwise and unpatriotic. I do not understand it. Thank God for Louis Napoleon.
Well, Captain, I can't explain further if you really don't feel the sentiment. The love of freedom enters of its own accord into the large hearts God has prepared to receive it. It fills them. It enraptures them. But to minds which have never felt it, it is past finding out.
I am glad I have never felt it. I prefer an autocrat on whom I can rely to the follies and uncertainties of freedom.
You remind me once again, Captain, that it is very easy to establish a despotism when the conditions of society are equal. And I think that if such a government is established, it will not only oppress men, but strip them of the highest quality of humanity.
If there is nothing I can do for you within the terms of my duty, I bid you good night.
Good morning, Captain. It is a winter night, but the day will be breaking soon enough.
will not despair. All these people who trust in strong men, who trust in these special despots that democracy brings forth, all these people treat other people as if they were overgrown children, very degenerate and very ill-educated. I think that people today have been badly brought up, but the remedy is to bring them up better. We can do something with our fellow men today through an able appeal to their decency and common sense. In short, by treating them as human beings. I may be wrong, but I follow my principles, and I delight to follow them. Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. No, I shall not believe that this human race, which is at the head of all visible creation, has become that bastardized flock of sheep that some think it is, and that nothing remains but to deliver it without future and without hope to a small number of shepherds, who, after all, are not better animals than we, the human sheep, and who indeed are often worse. I have less confidence in the prophets of gloom than in the goodness and the justice of God. It would seem as if the rulers of our time sought only to use men in order to make things great. I wish that they would try a little more to make great men, that they would set less value on the work and more upon the workman. I am full of apprehensions and hopes, but I cling with a firmer hold to the belief that for democratic nations to be virtuous and prosperous, they require but to will it. I am aware that many people maintain that nations are never their own masters here below, and that they obey with absolute necessity some insurmountable and unintelligible power arising from previous events, from their own race, or from the soil and climate of their country. Such principles are false and cowardly. Such principles can never produce anything but feeble men and faint-hearted nations. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal. But it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14, the final in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new de Tocqueville study materials, including de Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a recently published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide, may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is Ben Grauer. Tonight's program brings to a close the Democracy in America series, which was pre-recorded and is a presentation of the NBC Radio Network.
This is NBC, the largest single source of news and information in the free world.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what would happen to the little fellow, the average citizen like you and the man next door. Sapphire Anniversary.
Kate. Kate, don't move. Don't move a muscle.
Morning, Dan. Nice day, isn't it?
Kate, I said don't move.
I've got to, unless you want burned toast for breakfast.
Kate, standing by the window with the sun on your hair, making it like silver. Well, it was downright beautiful, and I...
Full of old springtime blarney, aren't you? Ought to be ashamed the man is almost 70 acting like a kid.
Well, maybe I feel like a kid. It's likely when a man's got a wife who looks prettier than the day he married her 45 years ago, come a week from Tuesday.
No.
A talented woman who makes the best popovers this side of the Rockies.
So that's it. I didn't taper off on the poetry because there wasn't enough flour for popovers this morning. You'll have to settle for eggs and plain old toast. Go on, sit down.
Okay. But I meant what I said. I can prove it. I remembered her anniversary. Oh, say, how's the coffee supply holding out?
Yes, we can manage a second cup for you this morning.
No, thanks. Better save it for George Morrow. He'll be along soon. Hey, that venison George gave us, how much have we got left?
Enough for a couple of weeks.
Good. You think we could feed 3 or 4 extra for one meal on a certain day come a week from Tuesday?
We'll manage it. I'll be very careful. Even if we have to eat a little less afterwards.
It'll be worth it.
Yes. We'll write John. See if we can bring Viola and little Johnny for the day.
You think we can feed George, too?
I think so.
Oh. Is that you, George?
Nobody else.
Well, come on in. Come in.
Yeah. Looks like I might be in time for a cup of coffee,
There
huh?
you are. What you got in that sack?
Flour. It's for you. Don't ask me where I got it.
Oh, George, that's wonderful.
I always thought Santa Claus was an old fellow with white whiskers, but you shaved this morning.
George Murray, you can use that flour as much as we can.
Yeah, but you can't make popovers with it.
Turnabout fair play. Give me half a dozen eggs every couple of weeks. Besides, we all got to stick together these days. If we don't, we're just as good as dead.
George, what a way to talk.
What other way is there? Say, did you hear about Joe Hawkins?
Well, I know he went to Springfield 3 weeks ago. Is he back?
No, never will be. He died in Springfield. Auto accident, they say. But, I figured that he was murdered.
Why, who murdered Joe? Everybody liked him.
Oh, does a man walk off and leave the best 1,000 acres of farm in the state, stocked and equipped and unattended, all ready for the commies to move in and turn it into one of those what do you call them now? Oh, yes, the state farm?
Maybe it was an accident, George.
Not when Conway takes over the day before.
I don't want to talk about it. I won't believe it's as bad as George keeps saying.
Oh, now, there's no need to get worked up, Kate. I was just passing on the news.
With your own pessimistic slant. Everybody knows it's too bad the commies got control of the country. So far, they haven't touched anyone but the big people like senators and governors and judges.
Oh, they'll get around to everybody in due time.
Well, you make it sound horrible, like they were out to kill everyone.
Well, it is horrible, I know.
Well, maybe. But what about John? He works for them in Springfield and manages to stay happy and raise his family.
Family? Well, maybe that's the reason.
Friend Blackie is waiting for his morning handout, Dan. There's no sugar there. You can get him a carrot, or you'll find turnips in the bin.
There you are, Blackie, old boy. Chomp it down. Okay, now go on back to the field. I'll be out soon. So I get it. You think it's time we got to work, huh?
Now, don't overdo, will you, Dan?
Blackie won't let me. I don't run this place. He does. Tells me when to go to work and when to kid. Well, be sure and turn on the radio, Kate. Catch the news for me.
George Morrow, I could break your neck. I could almost tell you to get out and take your flower with you.
What'd I do?
What'd you do? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You just changed Dan from a happy, young-hearted man into a heavy-footed old man. Aged him 20 years in just about 2 minutes.
But I don't get it. Dan's old enough to know the score. All his life he's kept up on things. Why, you ought to hear what I heard on the radio this morning. Maybe you can if we missed part of the 9 o'clock news, but turn it on anyhow.
Dan asked me to listen to it.
Well, there ought to be enough news left to give one if, for it.
Immediate effect, and all farmers are cautioned to familiarize themselves with the new regulations. Comrade Kalinsky said that the unfilled quotas for grain, dairy products, and meats were due to a holdover of wasteful and inefficient capitalistic methods of agriculture. Collectivism and state-operated farms will be increased rapidly, with a prime objective, the elimination of the shameful kulak class. Arthur Nesbitt speaking. This is the People's News Service.
You see, that's only a sample. First part of it was all about another purge of reactionaries for the greater glory of the state.
George, I don't care. Dan isn't going to be touched by it, and neither am I.
Well, now you can't isolate a man like Dan. It'd be like trying to keep Blackie in a 3-by-5 corral. Dan likes to know what's going on.
There must be some way. There has to be.
Kate, what are you trying to do there? Trying to wreck it?
There. Looks fine, don't it? Looks the same as before. Except when you turn it on, nothing happens. Nothing.
And that's what Blackie did. Kate, that horse is practically human. Next to you is the most important member of this household. He's a friend. He's as good a friend as George Morrow.
Well, he's cheered you up. I'm thankful for that. Speaking of George, Dan, you mustn't take everything he says seriously. He always is looking on the dark side of everything.
Well, let's forget it for now. Did you catch the news for me?
I tried, but radio's gone dead.
Dead? Well, let me have a look at it. Well, it looks all right. Wires are okay. Oh, here's the trouble, I think. Yeah, the power tube is missing. Now, who do you suppose took that tube?
Well, it was burned out. I hope you remember the size, because I guess I got disgusted and just threw it away.
And here we are, miles and miles from town, no way of knowing what goes on. Well, Blackie and I better get up early tomorrow and ride into Springfield.
50 miles for that? Oh, well, why don't you wait till somebody with a car goes in?
No, I've got it. I have to write to John and get the letter down to the crossroads before night. He can bring a tube along when he comes.
Dear John, I hope this finds you, Viola, and Johnny happy and in good health. You'll have to excuse me for not writing sooner, but since the state suspended our insurance payments, the past few months have been very rough. We've had a big readjustment to make, but I'm glad to say we've made it. I guess you'd call it a shaky sort of economy, since it depends on the strength and intelligence of an animal, but when you figure this animal is a certain horse named Blackie, And it doesn't seem so risky.
It sounds a little frightening to me, John.
Hmm?
It means they actually depend on that horse?
Well, honey, there's no choice for Dad. He and Mom have to grow their own food, otherwise they wouldn't eat. Dad's not strong enough for heavy work like plowing and cultivating and hauling, but Blackie is, and that's the economy he's talking about.
It still frightens me. Go on, read the rest of it.
Week from Tuesday, your mother and I celebrate 45 years of marriage. Our sapphire anniversary. While we don't expect you to bring us a pocket full of star sapphires, we would like you, Viola, and Johnny for the day. A country air will do you all good, and it'll mean everything to us to have the family gathered around the same table once more. When you come, please bring along a power tube for the old radio. We need it desperately because radio is our only contact with the outside world. Unless you count the news that filters fourth hand through George Morrow. Thank you, and don't disappoint us. Love, Dad. Well, Vi, this time we won't disappoint him. I worked right through the last 2 weekends, finishing those new traffic schedules, and the boss is pleased enough to let me have a free day.
Well, it's sweet of Dan to ask, but Johnny and I can't go.
Can't go? Why not?
Because next Tuesday, Johnny's been invited to join the youth group. That great new organization that replaced that capitalistic Boy Scouts, with all the softness and decadence of scouting eliminated, of course. And Johnny had better be there on time, together with one of his parents. On time, so they can start taking all the humanity out of him.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to wonder about parents who are two-faced enough to give lip service to one thing and preach another.
Oh, now, honey, look, there's nothing disgraceful or two-faced in teaching him enough deception to stay alive. We can give him ideals to keep silently in front of himself. So if the chance ever comes, he'll want to free himself.
Well, I guess so. I hope so. But in the meantime, instead of being out in the country with his grandfather, he'll be here with...
Look, Vi, honey, if it'll help any, I'll write Dad and arrange a later date for us all. And I'll go with you to this youth group business. We'll get it over.
No. I can manage it. I'm sorry I spilled over.
Oh, why shouldn't you? Have to once in a while.
John, I want you to go to Kate and Dan. It's their anniversary, and one of us really ought to be there.
Yeah, but my place is here with you.
Yes, but they're getting older, and who knows, this may be your last chance to see them. Later, if we're lucky, all three of us can go and have a holiday in the country.
Yeah, if we're lucky.
You write Dan tonight. Tell him you'll be there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, that radio tube he wants, I'm a little worried about that. Remember the time we had getting a couple of tubes for our radio? You'd think they were solid gold.
Well, at least give it a try. That is, if you won't get in trouble.
Comrade Ward, if it's too much to ask, just forget.
You say a radio is a necessity for these parents of yours, Comrade Proctor.
Yes, sir. Yes, so you see, they live 50 miles from town, up near the foothills. They're old, but no car, of course. And the radio is their only means of knowing what goes on.
And this particular radio uses a number 6X 5G power tube.
Mm-hmm.
What is your father's occupation, Comrade?
Oh, I guess you'd say he was retired. He used to be a logger.
Retired? I'm afraid that'll go against him on the application. He has no work of any kind at the present time.
Well, he does farm his place.
His place. He farms it. I suppose you fill out this form and we'll send it through. Be sure to identify him as a farmer and answer all the questions.
Yes. How long do you think it'll take before he can get the tube?
Comrade Proctor, I can give absolutely no assurances as to that. Your request may or may not be approved. However, we should know that within a couple of days. A couple of days only because of your good record with the traffic bureau, you understand?
Oh, yes, comrade. And I'm grateful to you.
I've checked these applications, Harry, and they seem regular enough. We can send them on.
How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Harry around the office? It's Comrade Hollenbeck. And don't forget it.
All right, Harry. All right.
Not so fast. Where do you think you're going with those?
Just send them on, like I said.
No, you don't. You let one by last week that never should have passed. And I had the boss on my neck yesterday. You just stand there while I take a look.
Stand? Well, can I sit, comrade?
Oh, the boss will be here any minute. You stand. And show the proper respectful attitude, too. This one's in order. Yes, and this. Say, what's this?
What? Which one?
This one, knothead. A farmer landowner?
Oh, that. Well, what's wrong with it? The guy only wants a radio tube.
Only a radio tube. You missed the point completely. He's a kulak. I've told you at least 100 times. Information given by kulaks goes on 496. And you send that on to Comrade Malenkov's office.
And I'm supposed to guess these things?
Oh, sometimes I marvel at your stupidity. Sometimes I wonder why I don't get rid of you.
You want me to tell you, comrade?
No, shut up. Listen, I don't propose to get in trouble on account of you. So you just watch your step. Or your number 96 may end up on Malenkov's desk.
You are listening to Sapphire Anniversary, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
What are these, Conrad? More 96s ready to be processed. Dirty kulak property owners, huh? They'll be processed, all right. Dan Proctor, age 68. Occupation farmer. Owner 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished. 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax records.
Impose non-production and kulak penalties. Quadruple tax. Call to the immediate attention of the Office of District Commissar Conway.
Oh, there's John with me looking this way. Answer it, Dan. Give me a second to powder my nose.
Well, hello, folks.
Oh, George.
Hey, something smells pretty fine in here.
Put your powder puff away, Kate. It's only George. Oh, pardon me. Oh, it's George in a bottle of something.
Yeah. Happy anniversary, Kate.
Oh,
you see, I was poking around the cupboard, you see, at my place, and I found this. You know, kind of thought it might, I thought it might make me a hug, eh, Kate?
Not only a hug, but a kiss.
Now, break it up. Now, break it up. Now. Say, will you look at this wine? It's from France, yeah, right here, vintage 1935. George, you're a man of iron nerves. How did you manage to keep from touching it all these years?
Why, I'm as a weak will as next fellow, you know. Just didn't know it was there, that fellow.
Well, George, what's new? You've been to town lately?
Oh, haven't been to the city. The farther I keep away and stay, the better I like it. You know, I was down to the Crossroads post office just yesterday. And the news is all very bad. Conway's turned into a two-bit dictator in the best Joe Stallion
tradition. If the news is bad, we don't want to hear it. Not today.
Oh, yes, that's right. Say, is there anything I can do to help, Kate?
Not a thing. The two of you go on into the living room. You keep an eye out for John. Let me know when you see him coming.
All right, Kate. If you need anything, call me.
Seems like old times, all the buzzing around here in the kitchen.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of old times, do you remember how to carve a roast?
Why, sure I do. Let me see now. You cut with the grain of the meat.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound right now, does it? Let me see now. You cut across. Why, Dan, I don't rightly know.
I guess it doesn't matter. Probably John won't know the difference anyhow.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, somebody's coming. Looks like a state car. Oh. It's John. Kate, he's here. Reach for that powder puff.
Hello, Dan. Oh, boy, are you a welcome sight.
Welcome home, Johnny. Welcome home.
Dad. And George, it's great to see you looking so well.
Yeah, that goes double for me, too.
Johnny!
Oh, Mom.
It's just perfect. Come here this minute and give me a kiss.
Oh, Mom. Sugar and spice and everything.
I hope so. This came from the kitchen. Now, Johnny, where's Viola? Where's little Johnny?
Well, they couldn't make it this time, Mom.
Oh, that's too bad. I've been looking forward to having them. Oh, but thank heaven you're here. You know, Johnny, for once I've timed a dinner right. I can sit down with the rest of you for a minute. And in the living room, no less. Come on.
Tell me, how's family, John?
All in good health, George. I'm sorry they couldn't be here, but Johnny was scheduled to join a boys' club.
Maybe you can bring him for a couple of days when school's out.
Boys Club? They didn't get little Johnny in that commie youth group.
I'm afraid so. Seems to be no way out of it.
George, nothing unpleasant today, please.
Okay, now I'm sorry.
Hey, I guess I almost forgot to say happy anniversary, you two. I hope Vi and I look as well and happy as you two after we've been married 45 years.
Your mother is one in a million, Johnny. Well, look, just look at her now. Look at her. I swear she gets younger every year. Yes, you does. Yes, you do. And today she looks just like a bride.
Come on, let's go in the kitchen. Sit down.
Oh, Dad, I brought that power tube you wanted here.
Oh, thanks, John. I really appreciate it.
A little thing like that, you'd be amazed at the red tape involved. Forms, requisitions, applications. I think sometimes I spend half my life filling them out.
That's accepted commie technique.
Kate, the table looks wonderful.
Dan, will you ask some blessing?
I certainly will. Father, we thank thee for this evidence of thy bounty. We thank thee for 45 years of happiness. For our son John, our friend George, protect and care for Viola and little Johnny. Amen.
Amen.
Now, well, who do you suppose that could be just when we're ready to eat?
Better answer it, Dan.
Yes, you weren't expecting anyone else, were you?
No. Well, you better start eating before it gets cold.
I didn't have anybody drive in, but I guess you can out here in the kitchen.
Well, just start in, please. Your dinner's going to be ruined. Wonder why Dan's taking so long.
The rest of the family's out here at the table. Come on, say hello. Kate, here's Paul Conway and Mr. Headley, his assistant. We've met before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conway. Mr. Headley?
Good afternoon, Citizeness Proctor.
This is George Morrow. This is my son, John.
Oh, yes. The driver of the state car from the Traffic Bureau.
Yes. I work in Springfield.
Well, won't you both have some dinner? There's enough for two more.
So I noticed. It looks very good, surprisingly good. But we're here in a matter of business. Your taxes, in accordance with the new directive. Oh, so that's all. We have that saved, haven't we, Kate?
All $30.
It happens to be considerably more. Your land tax has been increased to $120, due and payable now. $120? That can't be. It can't be. Plus, the quotas you evaded the past quarter, since they were put into operation by the Ministry of Agriculture. Read the listing, Comrade Headley.
Ministry quotas required and not met. 12 dozen eggs, half the produce of the vegetable plot, 500 pounds of hay, 60 gallons of milk. Penalties for non-production, $400. Rental of state land, $200. Current taxes, $120. Total, $720.
$720? Conway, it's impossible. You must know that I have no...
Comrade, as a worker in the traffic office, I understand these matters. Seems to me you've confused my parents with someone else. They have very little, barely enough to keep themselves alive.
These are the facts, as listed by the office in Springfield. Give me that paper, Headley, Form 96.
Yes. Here you are, Comrade.
Yes. Name, Dan Proctor. Occupation, farmer. Owner of 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished, 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax record.
Wait, those facts. The exact wording I used. Look, Comrade Headley, how did this investigation start?
This crime of tax evasion was discovered with his application for a radio tube.
Crime? To want to repair a radio? Is that another new directive, Comrade?
Yes, sir, the radio tube that started it.
Comrade Proctor, the $720 is due now. Either you pay or face the consequences of default.
Which is it, comrade?
I told you, I've got $30.
Very well, you won't pay. In that case, we'll be forced to confiscate item 3 on your property listing, the 12-year-old black stallion.
But, comrade, it's not worth $700.
We'll take the horse.
No, not Blackie. You don't touch him, you hear? Without the horse, we're through. We can't till our land. There'll be nothing to eat, surely. You can see that. And besides, Blackie's like one of the family.
I have no choice in the matter. I am a servant of the state. As such, I'm here to discharge a duty delegated to me by the state.
But you don't have to condemn them to death. They can't get along without the horse.
These people may be your parents, but from the viewpoint of the state, they are capitalist landowners of the kulak class. They have no legal standing.
Conway, as a worker for the state,
we're all workers for the state. Or should be. Headley, go get that horse.
Oh, yes, comrade.
No, you don't. You'll have to kill me first.
Stand aside, Citizen Proctor.
Get your paws off that.
I warn you, Proctor, interfering with an official is a crime against the state.
All right, I'm a criminal.
Go ahead, Comrade Headley. Get the horse. The rest of you, you'll all be held as witnesses. Proctor assaulted an agent of the state. Comrade John Proctor, you will testify that the seizure of the horse is legal. Otherwise, your official career may be interrupted.
Johnny, get some water. Cold water.
Yes,
Dan, your head's cut.
Here, I'll hold him.
A little cold water. All right.
Key, where is he? Blackie, help me up. The other one, Headley. He's after Blackie. Johnny, you've got to stop
No
him.
one leaves. You'll all stay in this room.
Johnny?
There's nothing I can do, Dan.
Well, then I can.
Dan, wait!
Proctor, stop! Stop where you are. I'll shoot the first one who steps off this porch.
Conway, please, I want you to listen to me.
Hold it!
Conway, put yourself in my place. Maybe then you'll see.
Have you a pet, Mr. Conway, a dog or a cat you're fond of?
Yes, a pet. You see, we love Blackie that way, only more so. He's part of us. He's part of the family.
Dan, just take him back here. Please, Mr. Conway, please.
Conway, you can't.
Stay where you are, Proctor.
No. Look at it this way, Conway. I'm not strong. I can't make a living without that horse. Conway, even you communists use the term comrade. As a comrade, you can't deprive me of my life. Conway, we're two human beings. We can live together as brothers. We each have our rights.
There is only one human right. The privilege of serving the state.
Thanks to you, comrade. We won't be serving for long.
You have just heard a story of what happens to the little fellow under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American family if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the town of Salsk in Russia. It did happen to the family of a farmer named Vasya Golovachy. Because of non-payment of taxes, the communists took from the Golovachys the one thing that kept them alive, their cow, and thereby condemned them to death. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John Daner and Peggy Weber as Dan and Kate Proctor in Sapphire Anniversary. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Sapphire Anniversary was written for If Freedom Failed by William Tunberg, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the National Council of Catholic Men, presents the Catholic Hour. Today's program will consist of music by a unit of the Paulist choristers and an address by Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen. A group of Paulist choristers open the Catholic Hour with a motet from the Holy Week music. We hear the Jerusalem Surge by C. Jaspers. Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the 14th in his series of addresses on the crisis in Christendom. His discourse today is entitled Freedom in Danger. I present Monsignor Sheen.
Friends, today we shall speak about a grave danger facing the world. Not America alone. That danger can be expressed in a word which is on the tongue of everyone, namely, freedom. A proof that we are in danger of losing it is because everyone is talking about it. If you suddenly came into a country where everyone was talking about the health of lungs, you would immediately conclude that a disastrous microbe was rampant. In the last World War, everyone spoke about making the world safe for democracy. And yet the world became so unsafe for democracy that within 21 years, democracy had to stumble into another war in order to preserve itself. Now we ought to be worried about freedom simply because everyone is talking about it. Slaves talk most about freedom. The oppressed talk about justice, and the hungry most about food. We are all agreed that the external threat to our freedom and the freedom of the world comes from the totalitarian states. there is no need to develop this idea. They are Satan's vicegerents of tyranny, the Antichrist advanced agents of adversity. But our point is that the gravest threat to freedom comes from within. I do not mean from America alone. I mean within the hearts and souls of men throughout the world. While the world is attempting to preserve freedom in the political order, it is surrendering it in those deeper realms upon which the political reposes. Picture a group of men on a rooftop, proclaiming in song and story the glories of architecture, while below, saboteurs have already knocked out half the foundations of the house, and you already have the picture of modern freedom. Politicians in the upper stories are glorifying freedom, while philosophy in education and the so-called liberal Christianity has knocked away all the supports of freedom. First of all, freedom is denied in education today. This may sound rather bizarre to educators who have been shouting catchwords about freedom for decades. But I submit that they are talking about license, not freedom. They are concerned with freedom from something, not freedom for something. They are interested only in freedom without law, not in freedom within the law. And the proof? Do not many educators today assume that evil and sin are due to ignorance? And that if we educate, we will remove evil? Do not others assume that evil is due to bad environment, bad teeth, or bad glands, and that an increase of material wealth will obliterate evil? Can they not see that these false assumptions destroy freedom? For if evil is the result of ignorance alone, and not the result of a perverse use of freedom, then Hitler is only an ignoramus. But he is not a villain. Can they not see that education without a proper philosophy of life can be made the servant of evil as well as of good? Have they not vision to see that if evil and sin are to be attributed to external circumstances, then man is not free to do wrong? Then wrong is in our environment, but not in our souls. Is it not inconsistent to praise men for choosing what is right, and at the same time, when he does wrong, deny that he is free? That kind of education, which denies guilt and sin, is destroying freedom in our democracy, and is destroying it while our soldiers are fighting for it on 21 battlefronts of the world. And freedom, too, is being denied in modern religion. Oh, do not misunderstand me. I know it preaches freedom. But we are searching hearts, not lips. Modern religion denies freedom because it denies hell. In a recent survey of ministers, it was discovered that 73% did not believe in hell. If there is no hell, why should there be a heaven? If there is no wrong, and hence no sin for which a man ought to be punished, why should there be a heaven where he should be rewarded for his virtues? If there are statues erected to our patriots, why should there not be prisons for our traitors? Whom do they think God is? A kind of grandmother who laughs off the wrongdoing of children, as if there were no scales of justice? and he were not the God of righteousness? This sugary, pale ersatz of Christianity has set at naught the very doctrine which Christ himself has preached. For on more than a dozen occasions, our divine Lord said there was a hell. Hell is the eternal guarantee of human freedom. If God were to destroy hell, he would at that very moment destroy freedom. So long as there is a hell, we know that God respects human freedom. That he will not by force nor by power destroy even that free will which rises up against him with an everlasting, I will not serve. Satan is thus destroying our freedom at the very moment he has led us to believe that we are most free. And he has done so by the very same temptations which failed when he tempted Christ on the mountaintop at the beginning of his public life. You remember those temptations? Satan, first of all, tempted our Lord from his gospel of love by offering substitutes. In the first temptation, instead of winning souls through love, Satan suggested that Christ buy them with bread because men were hungry. And in the second temptation, instead of winning souls again through freedom and love, Satan suggested that Christ win them by some manifestation of power over nature, such as throwing himself from a temple tower unhurt. And in the third temptation, Satan suggested winning souls through politics. He unfurled before the mind's eye of the Savior all the nations and kingdoms and empires of the world. And in a frightening boast, as if to imply that all were his, Satan says, all these will I give thee, if falling down, thou wilt adore. Our Lord refused to surrender freedom. His souls would not love him without the bribery of bread, and without the exhibitionism of power, and without selling himself to Caesar. He would not force them. Freedom would endure through an eternal heaven and an eternal hell. And Satan, who failed in that temptation, is back in the world again. And, oh, how he is succeeding now. Souls are selling themselves today for that bread which they call security. Selling faith for the power which is called science and progress. And while others, in over a fifth of the world's surface, have bartered freedom for dictators and tyrants. Dostoevsky, that great Russian writer of the last century, was right when, in a great flash of genius, he warned the world that the denial of sin and hell in education and religion would end in world socialism, where men would surrender freedom for a false security. Antichrist returning to the world, and speaking to Christ, he says, "Dost thou not know that the ages will pass, and humanity will proclaim by the lips of their sages that there is no crime, there is no sin, there is no guilt, there is only hunger, and men will come, crawling and fawning to our feet and say, "Give us bread, but take our freedom." I wonder if those days are not already here. And finally, in place of free men, the Antichrist pictures the new socialistic state that will be born, in which he and his followers will organize everything after they convince people that there is no sin, there's only hunger. And then they will crucify Christ, who will redeem them from God. And Antichrist speaks again and says to Christ, "They will tremble impotently before our wrath, and their minds will grow fearful, and they will be quick to shed tears like women and children, but they will be just as ready at a sign from us to pass to laughter and rejoicing, to happy mirth and childish song. Yes, we, the Antichrist, shall set them to work. But in their leisure hours we shall make their life like a child's game, with children's songs and innocent dance. Oh, we shall allow them sin. They are weak and helpless, and they will love us like children because we allow them to sin. We shall tell them that every sin shall be expiated if it is done with our permission. That we will allow them to sin because we love them. And the punishment for these sins, we of the Antichrist, will take upon ourselves. And we shall take it upon ourselves, and they will adore us as their Savior. We who have taken on their sins before God, and they will have no secrets from us. We shall allow or forbid them to live with their wives and their mistresses, to have or not to have children, according to whether they have been obedient or disobedient. And they will submit to us gladly and cheerfully. The most painful secrets of their conscience, all of them will bring to us. And we will have an answer for them all. And they will believe our answer. For it will save them from great anxiety and terrible agony that they endure at present in making free decisions for themselves. What I say to thee, O Christ, will come to pass. Our dominion will be built up. I repeat, tomorrow thou shalt see that obedient flock, who at a sign from me, the Antichrist, will hasten to heap up the hot cinders on a pile on which I shall burn thee for coming to hinder us. For if anyone has ever deserved our fires, it is thou, O Christ. Tomorrow I shall burn thee. Dixie, I have spoken. That is the way the Antichrist will speak in the New World. And this frightening spectacle is already taking place in a large part of the world today. By denying responsibility to God, men have surrendered their freedom to Satan. And because such is the inevitable outcome of the world, unless we pray, we ask the Jews and the Protestants and the Catholics to spend an hour a day in prayer and meditation. We will help you in this by sending you free for the asking a little booklet of prayers for wartime, entitled The Shield of Faith. But pray we must. lest we succumb to the temptation of the Antichrist. For the same challenge is being hurled at us which was hurled at Christ on the cross. Come down and we'll believe. The executioners, when they said that, were willing to admit that they would believe if he would only show his power by stepping down from his cross. The poor fools! Did they not see that they were asking him to force them to believe? Which would have been the end of freedom. They were free to believe that he was the Son of God so long as he did not come down to smite them. They had freedom so long as they left their faith in their own hands and not in his. His refusal to come down from that cross was the guarantee of freedom. The nails which pierced him were the stars on the flag of freedom. The bruises of his body battered by free men were the stripes of that flag. His blood was its red, his flesh its blue and its white. And so long as he hangs there and we have that vision in the world, man is free. The moment he comes down in power, man is a slave. And he is man's dictator. But he will not come down. Freedom will never be destroyed. Not even in hell. For even there, he leaves man the eternal choice of his free, rebellious will. And so, he did not come down. If he came down, he would have made Nazism and fascism and communism long before their time. The coming down is the death of love. If he came down, he never would have saved us. It is human to come down. It is divine to hang there. Unfurl and wave to the four winds of the world, O battle flag of freedom. There will always be freedom when men are not forced to love, and there will always be love when men are not forced to be free. God love you. Our Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy hearest the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us all after the troubles of this life unto the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled Freedom in Danger and was delivered by Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America. This was the 14th in his series of addresses on the crisis in Christendom. A copy of today's talk, as well as the booklet referred to by Monsignor Sheen, The Shield of Faith, may be obtained by writing to the National Council of Catholic Men, Washington, D.C., or to the station to which you are now listening. We continue the Catholic Hour with the traditional hymn, Hail, Holy Queen. Next Sunday at this time, Monsignor Sheen will deliver another address in the series entitled Acceptance of Divine Judgment. Your announcer is Bob Stanton. This program has been presented by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network in cooperation with the National Council of Catholic Men, and came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a story about the medical profession, about how hospitals are run under a communist regime. David Bryan stars in Prescription for Murder.
Dr. Brooks' office? Yes. Yes, Mrs. Marlowe. All right, we can give you an appointment at 3:30 next Friday. Yes. Goodbye. Mr. Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Brooks will see you now. The door on the left.
Thank you.
Dr. Brooks? Well, Mr. Crane. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. How are you feeling?
Lousy.
Oh, come on now. You were coming along nicely the last time you were here. Unbutton your shirt, please.
Still got some pains in my chest. And my throat hurts.
Now, breathe deeply. All right. Now, exhale. In again. Let it out. Now, cough. Let me see your tongue. Wider, please. All right.
Well, Doctor?
Well, I can't understand it, Crane. Didn't you take the medicine I prescribed?
No.
What?
I said I didn't take it.
Mr. Crane, I can't help you if you don't want to help yourself. Oromycin is the one thing that can help you. You'd have been cured by now.
Dr. Brooks, have you tried to have a prescription filled lately?
I know. I have sample supplies here. Why?
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
What difference does that make?
Look, Doctor, we're under a new form of government here in America, communism. It's becoming increasingly difficult for anyone who isn't a communist to get anything. Food, clothing, and medicine.
Do you mean to tell me they refuse to give you the oromycin that I prescribed?
No. No, not exactly. When I presented a prescription, they asked me for my party card. That's common procedure now, you know. When I told them I wasn't a member, they suddenly discovered they didn't have any oromycin. They gave me these instead.
What are they?
You asking me?
Oh? Would you mind leaving them with me? I'll have them analyzed.
I'm glad to. They're not doing me any good.
But you can't go in there. Dr. Brooks has a patient.
I have no time to wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. He wouldn't wait.
That's all right, Kathy. Kathy, do you have a duplicate of the prescription I gave Mr. Crane last week?
Yes, I do, Doctor.
Give him a few capsules from our stock.
Yes, sir.
Crane, check back with me at the end of the week. Kathy will give you an appointment.
Thanks, Doctor.
Mr. Stark, I believe, of the police.
That's right. I was in last week.
Yes, I recall. Bronchitis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see your throat. Yeah, seems perfectly clear. Let's try your pulse.
I think it's all cleared up, Doctor. I feel fine.
Yes, you seem all right. I'm somewhat surprised.
Don't you have faith in your own curative powers, Doctor?
Of course, but without the medicine I prescribed, I don't see how you managed to recover so fully.
What do you mean without the medicine? I took the capsules as you directed.
You mean your prescription was filled?
Of course. I received an ample supply of, whatever you call them.
Oromycin.
Yeah.
Well, that's strange. The man who just left here said he couldn't get any. The supply was gone.
Oh, him. Well, you forget, I'm an officer in the party.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, there are all sorts of advantages to being a party member, Doctor. Now, a famous surgeon like yourself, you could go far.
No, thanks, Mr. Stark. I'm quite contented as I am.
Oh, that's too bad. Then you won't like the news that I bring.
Now what?
As head of the local division of the police, I must tell you that the Ministry of Public Health has asked you to be transferred to Springfield Hospital. We feel that your private practice is not in keeping with our program of controlled medical care.
I am quite familiar with that program, and I am not interested in it. Now, if you don't mind, I have a great many appointments today.
Please report to Dr. Holmes at the hospital on Monday when you begin your work there.
I said I have no desire.
They'll be expecting you. See that all of your equipment is moved over to the hospital at that time, or it'll be moved for you.
Now, see.
If you don't comply with the report, your license to practice medicine will be revoked. You may find yourself in grave trouble. Good day, Dr. Brooks.
I'd like to see Dr. Holmes.
Your name, please.
Dr. Brooks. Gilbert Brooks.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Please go right in. He's expecting you.
Dr. Holmes?
Yes, come in.
I'm Dr. Brooks. I understand that I am now on the staff of this hospital.
Oh, yes. You're the one the Ministry of Health recommended. We need good surgeons here. Critical shortage of capable men. Glad you decided to join us.
I didn't decide to join you.
Well, whatever the reason, it no longer matters. Now, I want you to listen to me and understand me. You are no longer in private practice. You are working in a state hospital, and I am the director of the hospital. Your orders will come from me. You will do what I tell you, when I tell you, and how I tell you. Is that clear?
Dr. Holmes, if that's a sample of your attitude, I don't think
Precisely. You don't think. From now on, I shall do your thinking for you. Your days of society medicine are over. From now on, you're working for the people.
May I please know my assignment, Dr. Holmes?
Yes. For the time being, you'll be an advisor on the staff.
Advisor? But I'm a practicing surgeon.
You may make suggestions which the staff may act on if they desire. You may also give some lectures.
Dr. Holmes, I don't claim to be a great surgeon, but as you well know, I'm the only specialist in my field in this part of the country. There are some cases which not every doctor is capable of handling. I certainly feel I should be given the opportunity
If you wish, you may look through the hospital now. Anything you wish to do or to say, you will clear with me first. Good day.
This is the inpatient waiting room, Doctor. This is where we receive our cases each day. Examining rooms are down the hall there.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already visited an inpatient room.
Well, the first one is for members of the party and a few selected officials. There's a list of persons who may be treated through that part of the hospital. I'll see that you get a copy.
Collins, sickness doesn't choose the people it will strike. I see no reason why...
I don't make policy in the hospital, Doctor, and incidentally, I strongly suggest that you learn to follow the procedures as they are outlined. I don't think that you can change our whole operating procedure simply because you were privileged to pursue your own practice.
Collins, I'll thank you to remember you're an intern. You're talking to a surgeon.
Oh, now, don't give me that. The idea that doctors and surgeons are gods went out of vogue 10 years ago. Communism has put you in your proper place, and don't you forget it.
You are the material from which the state expects to make a doctor. You haven't as much chance...
Now, don't let that concern you, Doctor. I'll have my MD by the end of this month.
Collins, I'm not as stupid as you think. I happen to know that your medical exam was one of the worst of the lot. You missed more than half the questions, even with the revised test, which any druggist could pass.
Well, now, there's something you don't know. I passed the political education exam without a hitch, and that's what counts. Well, I don't have time to gossip with you. The tour is over. If you have any problems, give me a buzz.
Dr. Brooks.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Please, let's get out of this hall. I'm not supposed to talk with you.
Yeah, let's step into one of these examining rooms. What's the matter?
Doctor, it's just terrible. I've been assigned to the nursing staff here. I didn't want to come, but they made me.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I know how you feel. I didn't realize how badly a hospital could deteriorate. And all it took was 5 years under the Communist Ministry of Health.
You haven't seen the worst of it. The operating room, it's terrible.
Collins took me through, but there wasn't anything going on.
They operate only 2 days a week, and then they operate all at once.
But that's impossible. They certainly can't put septic and aseptic cases together.
Yes, they do. And the sanitation, it's horrible. I've been here only a week, but it's a nightmare. You'll understand when you begin your work.
I don't know when that'll be. Dr. Holmes tells me I'm to be an advisor and a teacher. I'm getting my instructions this afternoon.
Dr. Brooke, you've met Mr. Collins?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And we'll get down to business. As you know, the medical school is located here in the hospital. That makes it easier for the students to get a close-hand picture of our work. Now, the course takes 18 months.
18 months?
Yes, 18 months. The classes, which you will conduct, begin at 8:30 in the morning till 11. On the 2 days that we operate, they are permitted to watch the operations. So the actual time you'll spend in instruction will be 2.5 hours a day, 3 days a week.
May I ask the exact qualifications for a medical degree and how the tests are conducted?
Mr. Collins, if you please.
Well, 20 medical questions are given to students about a week in advance of the tests. We ask them 8 of the questions. The time limit is 15 minutes.
Is that all?
Well, then, of course, there's the political education test, which usually lasts 4 hours.
There's one more thing, Brooke. From time to time, some of the students will miss a few of the medical questions.
Do you mean to tell me that a student receives his test paper a week in advance and still cannot answer 8 questions?
Occasionally it happens. The political education does not leave much time for outside study. In the event a student should miss some of the medical questions, you will wait until the results of the political tests are published.
And then?
If he passes in political education, he will be graduated.
Come in. Kathy, come in.
Dr. Brooke, you must help me.
What is it, Kathy?
This hospital, I can't stand it any longer. Look at me. Look at my uniform.
Why don't you get a clean one?
Every doctor and nurse is entitled to one clean uniform each day. We use the same gowns, the same gloves for all the operations.
Kathy, there's not much I can do. I'd like to help you, but I'm...
Dr. Brooke, Nurse, what are you doing here?
Why,
I sent for Dr. Holmes.
Nurses are not permitted contact with the doctors without express permission of the head nurse.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Brooke, I'm taking you out of the school. You will begin tomorrow to show some of our doctors some of the more advanced technical operations, so they may widen their scope in this field.
How long will this course be?
There won't be any course. You will show them the techniques of various major operations as they come up, and they will handle them after that.
Am I to understand that they are to perform an operation after watching me only once?
That is correct. You will begin tomorrow morning in the operating room at 6 a.m.
I'd like to see the patient first.
That won't be necessary.
Won't be necessary? How do you expect me to operate without examining the patient first? And what is the nature of the operation?
As a matter of fact, I can't tell you that either. I don't know who you'll operate on or for what. Never can tell what will crop up.
But I must know what instruments to order, and I must
be in the operating room tomorrow morning at 6, ready to operate.
They don't bother much with formalities here, do they?
Much worse than you think. But if it's any consolation to you, I'm on duty in the operating room tomorrow. I'll find out what I can about your patient.
Good morning, nurse. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I don't know. He isn't here yet.
No, of course he's not. And his patient's on the last table there.
Nurse. Yes, doctor.
What's that, please?
Here you are, doctor.
Here's another case. Put him over near the end.
We need more sutures.
There aren't any more sutures. Use something else. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I'm here. Which is my patient?
Here comes another patient. The nurse will help you.
It's a goiter case. The last on the table over there.
Yeah, let's go take a look at her. By the way, are you assigned to me?
I'm assigned to everybody. I'm the only nurse on duty.
One nurse for 5 doctors?
Yes.
Good. And where are my instruments?
All the doctors use the same ones. They're on the table.
Nurse, please.